May 13th, 2020 meeting of the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. May we have an attendance roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Garibo, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Director Ng,
Present.
Director Hinton-Hodge, Director Yee,
Present.
I'm present.
Director Torres, Director Harris,
Here.
Vice President Gonzalez,
I'm here.
President London,
I am also present.
and Director Hinton-Hodge is visibly present.
I'm present.
Okay, quorum present.
Great. At this point, we are going to recess to closed session. While we are in closed session, we will be discussing labor matters, legal matters, and public employee evaluation matters. We will reconvene to public session at 5:30 on this same Zoom link. So we will see you then. And we are now officially in recess. Roll call, please.
On the roll call, Student Director Garibo, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Director Ng, Director Hinton-Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Harris,
Here.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
President London,
I am here.
quorum present.
Thank you. I am now going to report out. Oh, okay, I have a bigger statement first, excuse me. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for today's regular board meeting. We are continuing our practice of using Zoom webinar to host our board meetings. At our special board meeting last Wednesday, we piloted Spanish translation. It appears to have worked relatively well. One bit of feedback that we did receive from the last meeting is that board members and presenters on occasion speak too fast. So please try to remember, and this is for myself as well, to speak clearly and not too fast so that our translators can translate and all of our community can participate. Today, we are continuing the Spanish language pilot. If it works well again, we will then look to add other languages. Now, I would like to turn it over to Cynthia Ovando to explain how to listen to the meeting in Spanish. Ms. Ovando, please.
Good evening. Buenas noches. Bienvenidos. So if you speak English, you do not need to do anything right now. These instructions are for Spanish speakers to turn on their Spanish. So antes de comenzar, por favor, note que esta junta, la mesa directiva, continúa poniendo a prueba el uso de interpretación. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación de la junta al español, solo necesita ir a los controles, hacer clic en interpretación, ven el globo terráqueo circulado, ingresan ahí y ahora vayan a los... Ay, perdón. Ok, ingrese a Zoom, vaya a los controles y busque la interpretación y luego haga clic y escoja un idioma. Seleccione español. Ahora, debe usted escuchar alto y claro y quizás escuche al inglés en un volumen inferior, pero debe escuchar español ahorita. Si por alguna razón el audio en ambos idiomas está al mismo nivel, desconéctese y luego vuelva a ingresar a la junta. El proceso para hacer comentarios públicos es el mismo para todos los oradores. Para el español, al ser un comentario al público, por favor, hable en voz alta y clara y haga una pausa después de cada oración para que el intérprete pueda traducir lo que usted dijo. Again, if you speak English, you do not need to do anything. But if you are curious about it, please switch back. Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias. So I want to just reiterate some things you've heard me say before, but that this all bears repeating. From our first meeting online, we made sure to take safety precautions. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker will say, just like with an in-person meeting. Indeed, at one of our first online board meetings, a member of the public made an incredibly racist statement and then hung up. While it only lasted a second, such speech is not welcome at our board meetings, in our schools, in our district, or in our community. If it happens at this meeting, I will do my best to immediately have the speaker's mic muted, but please know that doing so is not immediate as the mic is controlled by staff and I need to tell them to mute the microphone. I would like to continue to express my thanks and appreciation to our employees, our families, and the entire Oakland community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented, uncharted times. I would also like to thank everyone in advance for your understanding and patience as we continue to navigate this new technology. We are certainly all getting better at online meetings, and there are still things that we are learning, testing, and trying to improve our systems. Please continue to give us feedback, and we will do our best to improve for the next meeting. Now, for the usual basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Some staff members are also present. Depending on the screen view, you may even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. There are multiple ways to make a public comment during the meeting, and I'm going to state them now, and I will try to repeat them when we come to public comment in the agenda. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. Sometimes you find this when you have the participant list open. I have experienced that myself. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Ms. Floyd will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or for those who have called in by the last 3 digits of their phone number. Ms. Floyd will then unmute the person and that person may give public comment. After the time has elapsed, Ms. Floyd will remute and move on to the next person. E-comments will also be available during the meeting. You can do this by going, if you want to make an e-comment, you go to our agenda, which can be found at ousd.org on the homepage, and you scroll down to the Legislative Information Center, upcoming events, and live meeting video, and click on the e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in progress. These comments go directly to the email inbox of every board member, the superintendent, and the staff who are the lead on those items. To make public comment in Spanish, please follow these instructions as well. Before starting your public comment, however, please state in Spanish that you would like translation. We will then need to get the translator ready for consecutive translation or consecutive translation. Please say one sentence or phrase at a time and then wait for it to be translated into English. The speaker will, of course, be given extra time. As I said earlier, I'm going to try to remember to repeat these instructions before each public comment. So those were my kind of introductory remarks. I apologize, they're a little bit lengthy, but there's some complexity to this. I'm now going to move to item G, which is the report out from closed session. I'm not required to make this report, but we do make this report in an abundance of respect for the public and for due process. Labor matters. On item C1, number 191555, conference with labor negotiators, the board received a report on this matter and discussed this matter. Legal matters. On item C2, number 09-0502, conference with legal counsel around anticipated litigation. The board received a report on this matter and discussed this matter. On item C3, number 20-0388, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The board received a report on this matter, discussed this matter, and gave direction. Public employee performance evaluation matters. On item C4, number 19-1555, public employee performance evaluation for the superintendent of schools, the board took up this matter. On item C5, number 19-1658, public employee performance evaluation for the general counsel, the board took up this matter. That concludes the report on closed session, and that concludes item G. We now move to item H, which is our oath of office and meeting norms. Our oath of office is the oath we all take when we assume office as elected officials. Our meeting norms are to honor the time, act as a collective body, check for understanding, share divergent views, celebrate each other's successes and contributions, presume positive intent, and no personal attacks. We move now to item I, special orders of the day. The first special order of the day is item 20-0786. This is a tribute to Mariko White from Elmhurst United Middle School for becoming a certified teacher. This is a very big deal, a national board certified teacher. We are very, very proud of Ms. White, and I understand that she is unable to join us this evening, but that the principal, Killian Betlock, is with us. And so I'm going to now turn it over to the superintendent and her staff and principal to honor Ms. White.
Thank you, Board President London. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, Killian, for joining us this evening. I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Chief of Talent, Tara Gard, who will present this particular special of the day order.
Good evening, President London, board members, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, and community. I'm honored to recognize Mariko White, who is a literacy teacher on special assignment at Elmhurst United, for attaining the National Board Certification. National Board Certification was designed to develop, retain, and recognize accomplished teachers and to generate ongoing improvement in schools nationwide. It is the most respected professional certification available in K-12 education. Created by teachers for teachers, the National Board Standards represents a consensus among educators about what accomplished teachers should know and be able to do. The certification process requires that teachers demonstrate standards-based evidence of the positive effect that they have on student learning in alignment with the 5 core propositions. They must exhibit a deep understanding of their students, content knowledge, use of data and assessment, and teaching practice. They must also show that they participate in learning communities and provide evidence of ongoing reflection and continuous learning. More than 125,000 teachers across the United States have achieved board certification. Although that's a large number, that's actually just under 3% of our nation's teachers. She is the only teacher this year at OUSD to be rewarded as the National Board Certified Teacher. So let's celebrate Mariko White, Elmhurst United, and I'd like to turn it over to her current principal, Killian.
Future principal too.
Future and current.
Greetings, board, superintendent, community. Mariko White is very well deserving of this honor. A member of the Elmhurst family since 2017. She began her teaching career in New York City, her teaching career in Oakland at Coliseum College Prep, and also worked in Los Angeles. She is highly knowledgeable and competent. She is deeply committed to both kids and staff and wears a ton of hats at Elmhurst. She teaches and co-teaches diverse classes, including reading intervention and reading support, coaches 5 teachers to build and develop their practice, leads the history department, serves on the instructional leadership team, runs LPAC like a boss, and makes sure and just generally lives and evinces the spirit of no matter whatness that we want all teachers at Elmhurst to bring to their work daily. She's a valued and trusted colleague. And this is one of those honors where you wonder only, I could have sworn she already had achieved this recognition, because so brightly does her work shine. So I'm very proud to be in the work with Mariko now and in the future. And thank you for taking the time to recognize her this evening.
It is our pleasure. Ms. Floyd, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker, Andre Spearman.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Spearman. We're going to give public speakers 2 minutes this evening. So if you want to start, please unmute yourself, and we're delighted to welcome you here to help us honor Ms. White.
President London and Board of Directors, I'm actually wanting to speak in the public comment section, but I would say I join y'all in honoring the teacher who achieved that high level. So thank you.
Okay, so this is a little confusing. When we get to public comment, we'll call on you again, and you should raise your hand there.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Great. Okay, Director Gonzalez.
I just wanted to say,
Vice President Gonzalez.
sometimes when we do these ceremonies, the teachers aren't often from East Oakland. So I'm especially proud that we've got a deep East Oakland teacher just bringing this level of commitment and excellence to their work. It's really awesome. So it's really exciting. And congratulations to her. Hopefully she'll hear this some point.
Yes, I think we all share your sentiments. Any other comments from board members? Okay. Oh, Director Yee, go ahead, please. You need to unmute yourself, Director Yee.
I also want to share my appreciation and congratulations to Ms. White, and also to Elmhurst School, the place where she achieved this. And I just had a quick question for Ms. Gard. Do we actually know, you mentioned that she's our only awardee this year, but I know that we do this regularly. Do we have any idea how many National Board Certified teachers we have in the district at the present time? Are we talking about 10 or 50 or 100? Would you be able to tell us?
Sure. This year we have 26.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad she joined those ranks.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members?
I just want to express my appreciation and just to lift up to the public what an arduous process it is to actually become a nationally board certified teacher. It takes it's almost like a mini dissertation for teachers in terms of the level of preparation that you have to go through to receive the honor. So just hats off for actually just, being about, I think, as Killian said, to quote, like a boss, just in terms of your own professional growth and development to continue to grow as a teacher, which is what obviously we want all of our employees to do in their own profession. And also just hats off and appreciation to Killian and his leadership for being able to spark that level of adult learning. Elmhurst is one of our schools that actually has a high teacher retention rate. And so it's no surprise that, that there are educators in that school community that are continuing to just show that level of commitment to the craft, which obviously all the students and families will benefit. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Congratulations again to Ms. White, and we look forward to being able to honor her in another way. Is someone speaking?
Yes, we need a motion in a second.
Oh, great. Thank you. Can we have a motion, please, to
Move adoption.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Can we have a roll call, please? We can't hear you.
Roll call to adopt the tribute to Ms. White. The student directors are absent. Director Ing, Director Ing,
Yes.
thank you. Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director
Congrats.
Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Great, thank you. We're going to move now to item I2, 20-0120. This is the Measure N College and Career Readiness Commission, the 2018-19 annual report to the public and the Board of Education. I believe the presentation will be made this evening by our former leader and colleague on the board, David Kakishiba. Superintendent, did you want to say anything by way of introducing this?
You may proceed, Board President.
Great. So Chair Kakishiba, welcome. We're always happy to have you join us.
Good evening, board members and Madam Superintendent. You have before you on the screen here is the essentially an infographic that serves as our annual report in terms of the sort of the major milestones for the use of Measure N dollars for the 2018-2019 fiscal year. It's kind of broken up. The first part is here on the around the revenue and the expenses. So all total, you will see that's about $11.7 million collected, which 90% was allocated to schools, 10% allocated to administration of the fund, and then there's the county collection fee for collecting the parcel tax. We do have a contingency fund balance of almost $7 million at the end of this school year. This just a refresher that this fund balance was largely as a result of the measure's first year of implementation, where that was essentially a planning year. There were planning grants awarded to schools at about $200 per student enrolled in that particular school. We are currently have for an implementation grant, it's $850 per student. So you can see, about $650 per student in that first year was not expended. And so we've held this money in this contingency fund, and it's now being used largely to maintain the $850 per student funding level for all schools for the duration of or for the remaining life of this measure. There were projections made by staff in terms of enrollment and the fact that the amount that is collected through the parcel tax has been somewhat, the total amount's been somewhat mitigated because of the rather robust exercise of the senior and low income tax exemption, and sort of a growing number of schools and number of students in high school that are accessing these dollars. And so this fund balance provides the measure through I believe the 24-25 school year, a solid financial footing to maintain current funding levels. The rest of this report infographic talks about some of the highlight of the kinds of activities that are funded. There was a big part of it is about the creation and expansion and enhancement of career pathways in all their schools. I believe the school district overall has a goal of, now I'm trying to remember, I believe 90% of all 10th through 12th graders would be in a career pathway at the end of, I believe at the end of this school year. And so, we're making steady progress on that. It goes on to, if you go to the next page, it goes on to talking about where we're at relative to enrollment. I should say that when you look at these percentage numbers around, this is a percentage of all high school students versus the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders. So this also includes 9th graders. And the vast majority, if not all, of the career pathways in both district and charter schools are 10th through 12th grade kind of program designs, with 9th grade as a sort of a transitional kind of year. There's been an expansion with the pathways. There's been an expansion of career technical education classes and the build out of a multi-year sequencing of those courses. It's both at the district and at the charter level, as well as dual enrollment programs and work-based learning opportunities. And work-based learning meaning the full spectrum from career awareness to actual off-campus work-based internships. And then I think the last section is talking about progress towards measure and goals. And so there was, for the last couple of years, there's been a steady increase, a steady decrease in the dropout rate and a steady increase in the graduation rate. It looks like this 18-19 school year, there was a little bit of a plateauing of those numbers, at least at the district level. Except as it relates to the percentage of high school graduates meeting the A through G requirements. And that has continued to increase. And this measure around 9th grade being on track is a new data point that we're reporting out for the first time this year. And the last goal around reducing disparities across a range of populations. When you cut that data, it ends up being literally a book with pages and pages of data and charts. And so this infographic just sought to highlight some key changes in disparity measures for certain populations in certain areas. The commission will be discussing more of a larger, more comprehensive kind of an evaluation report, if you will. We're at the mid-year point of the lifespan of this 10-year measure. And so it's about a good time to do a reflection about how well we've done around implementing career pathways and expanding career pathways, and then what are the next step forward for this work going into the next period of time. That's pretty much it. I don't want to burn up too much of your time. And I appreciate, I think all of the 5 commissioners deeply appreciate your appointment of all of us onto this commission. And I think everybody feels personally enriched with both the responsibility and the content of our conversations and our debates, and kind of digging deeper into this high school level area of work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that you all spend an inordinate amount of time on this, and it definitely shows and comes through, and we thank you very much for that. Board members, do you have any questions for Chair Kakashiba? We'll start with Director Gonzalez, and then we'll go to Vice President Gonzalez, we'll go to Director Yee. I do need a motion and a second to accept the report. Is there a motion?
I'll move adoption.
Second, Rosie.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Torres. And Vice President Gonzalez, if you want to go ahead and ask some questions, I'm going to start us at 2 minutes. And if we need to come back around, we will. Go ahead, please.
Great. I'm just curious, Chairperson Kakashiba, what has surprised you, in terms of like where we're at with this work? Obviously, we're making some really good progress. Are you satisfied with the progress? Where do you feel like we have some challenges that you would like to, and what ideas do you have about how we could, even accelerate? Because, we're making progress, but that A to G completion rate is still really disappointing, right? So anyways, I'm just curious, like what has surprised you? What are the challenges you're still feeling that you would like, and maybe any ideas that you guys have about how we could address them?
So for me personally, so I should just preface my comments about that naturally I'm a half empty kind of guy, so I tend to look at the things that we could really move on, weaknesses, that kind of stuff. I don't spend a lot of time talking about all the great things that we're doing. So it's kind of if you think I'm overly negative, I'm really not. I'm very excited about the work. So in terms of surprises, I'm not sure if there's any major surprise. The work is very difficult, and I wouldn't say for the commission. I think it's very difficult for the teachers and principals and all the staff that work in our high schools. It ranges from people, school communities just getting a basic understanding and the ability to integrate this concept of career pathways, small learning communities, and thinking about their work in their school in very different ways. Particularly, I think we have seen that more with charter schools, where because of the nature of how you start up a school through the charter process, I think you much more deliberately are thinking about what is your mission as a school, what is your program design, what are you trying to achieve? And sometimes the career pathway linked learning approach is a little bit foreign, if not a lot foreign, to some of the school leaders and classroom teachers. And so there's been a real kind of growing and learning experience for those schools. I think in other schools where turnover, has occurred, sort of holding the line, if you will, can be a challenge. And then I think we just have some other kind of structural challenges that I don't know if we're really going to be able to quite tackle in a very substantial way. So very concretely, work-based learning, being able to give just, let's say, even just seniors, giving them the opportunity to spend 10 hours a week, 8 hours a week off campus in a real work experience setting at Highland Hospital emergency ward, or in the mayor's office and doing government, or doing contact tracing for a public health academy. These kinds of things are very difficult for schools to work into their master schedules, and consequently, objectively, it restricts opportunity for students and teachers alike. It's something that I think we beyond the commission, I think the entire system needs to think about that if it's a road that we want to go down, or we use alternative means like summer times or intercession times and things like that. Yeah, so I'll just stop right there.
Great. If we could go to Director Yee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Kakashiba. You mentioned your cup is half empty, and I guess my cup is usually half full. So I think that historically his balance is out pretty well. But I have three things, and the first is I really appreciate the infographic. And a couple of weeks ago, board meetings ago, we also had a report on dual enrollment. And I think that I was just noticing that in terms of the work-based learning opportunities, dual enrollment is one version of that. And because of the tremendous success and investment in dual enrollment our high schools are, perhaps that's something we could also be tracking, because it's actually data that's already there. And I think it'd be important for people to understand that dual enrollment actually pay back multiple times the cost of investment of a classroom and Measure N money in it. The second one is I know that the graduation rate has been steadily increasing by about 4% a year over the last 3 years. And we had this one bump this year. And I don't know if it's the superintendent maybe can comment on it or not, or U.S. Commissioner, but do you anticipate the decrease in the last year? Obviously the data, the graduation data is from last year, not this year. But is it? Do you think it's a temporary blip as a result of the environmental issues that happened last year, or is there something that that we should really pay attention to? It's the first year I've seen this in quite some time.
Yeah, well, to be quite candid, I think we just don't have enough, at least the commission and me personally do not have enough information to really say one way or the other. I would argue that even for the increase for over the last 3 years, I think we need to do sort of a school by school analysis to see what's been going on. Theoretically, you would see a trajectory that if your ninth grade transition is, or the number of young people that are on track by the end of the ninth grade, you could conceivably, extrapolate that to increased graduation rates. But we have not done that level of detail research or analysis on that. I will say, having said all that, I don't know what this year will bring or next year will bring, given the current pandemic. I suspect that it's going to have multi-year impact on graduation and A through G eligibility and things of that sort. Negative impact.
Thank you. Are there other comments from directors? Go to Director Torres.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kakashiba. And I guess my question, so I love the work of Measure N. I love the link learning. I've hosted interns for over a decade at the law firm, high school students from all kinds of schools in Oakland, and middle schoolers too, actually. And I'm wondering, is there a conversation that might happen around how students could continue to do, I guess I'm thinking as far as students having something to look forward to in August, if they're still doing, if schools are still closed, which we believe schools are going to be closed if we're all honest. I'm wondering if there's any conversation starting, bubbling around internships that students might get to have with people in the different professions that are the most, maybe say the most common, and that could be conducive to students being in on, meetings that are going to be held on Zoom, of course, as everyone continues to distant learn and stay sheltered for the most part. Is there any talk yet? Is that coming, and approximately when would that maybe be happening? Because I'm just wondering about the fall for our students to shift after so many months of doing COVID, distant learning, not doing any learning. I'm just wondering how we might shift their perspective on having something to look forward to in the fall.
Yeah. So I don't know. So we have not met as a commission since, I believe, early March. And so we're having our first meeting in a couple of months I think it's next week, next Tuesday. And then that would be our last meeting of the year. So as a commission, we're somewhat out of the loop. And the world has dramatically changed. Our schools have dramatically changed. And so hopefully we'll have some of that conversation next week and get some sense of that.
Could we get an email update? And I appreciate the answer. And I'm just thinking in terms of no one on the planet hasn't been affected, and therefore lots of emergency meetings are happening, lots of new guidelines and what have you, directions on so many levels are coming out. And so I definitely will be looking for an update, even if there's like an emergency brainstorming meeting of some sort with principals who can give you the data of who's missing still after 8 weeks. And maybe they're starting to become some kind of, data that overlaps with the Measure N students and maybe some trends or something, right? I would definitely love to have this continue if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We do want to, after we are done with this item, we're going to repeat our instructions in Spanish, but right now, for participants, for attendees, for people who are listening to the meeting, if you are listening in Spanish, could you please raise your hand? That way we can get a sense of how many people on the line are listening in Spanish. So we're going to just take a few seconds so that what I'm saying can be translated and those who are listening in Spanish can raise their hands. Okay, thank you. We're going to go back to the meeting and we're going to go to Director Hinton Hodge. Go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you so much for the report. I would say that I'm a half empty cup as well, in particular when the racial disparities are such that we're not seeing any, significant change. So, I mean, for a lot of we're graduating kids, they're not ready to go on to college. And I would venture to say, how well do they even do when it's talking about going to get a career? You spoke to structural issues. I don't think that that's the role of a commissioner to, have the fix in that part of it. So for me, it's like in this, maybe it's a late report or just, I don't know, I'm assuming the high school network person is around or whoever is on staff that's really kind of responsible for that. Because I think Mr. Kakashiba actually brought up, like, we have some structural problems. We've talked about master schedules for quite a while, like in terms of just the lack of cost effectiveness of our master schedule, right? Or more importantly, like the loss of kids, right? If you fail a class in 9th or 10th grade, or you get a D inside the system, we actually know you're not going to graduate, and we damn sure know you're not going to get to A to G stuff, right? So I feel like this is a great report, but for me, it's like to then the staff to really take the citizen review and oversight and diligence that you guys have done, looking at what's going on in the gap between what's happening at schools. And at this particular moment, Measure N for our high schools and this idea of being out in the world, I mean, I would say we would want to get this right when we talk about distant learning. Like this is a resource. This is seemingly in the mindset of our young people at some levels, right? That this is something to explore, and I guess some principals and some educators. So I would want to say to the staff, you know, how do we use this as a vehicle in this transition around distant learning, right? And thinking about improvement. But if there's these structural problems that have been pointed out and we're not willing to kind of like, they're too hard, bucket or whatever, then great resource from, you know, taxpayers, but it's not necessarily moving the needle. And in particular, Black children are not necessarily, you know, graduating ready. So that seems difficult for me. The other piece, I mean, I also, and I want to note, and I'm not you know, I don't think any school system, charter, or traditional is knocking it out of the park for our kids. And in particular, again, Black and brown kids. I mean, in some cases you see great work around within the Latino community, but not necessarily the Black community. But like, do you see that gap? 82% A to G in a charter and 40% in a traditional. So again, pointing out what's right in front of us, we got to understand. I get the point, like they're structured different and that type of thing. So again, lessons learned. If we've been inside the system for 20 years, what does that need to look like inside of our schools? And then the last piece is I would be curious about, and again, this is not necessarily to the commission, but to the teacher, I mean, to our superintendent and staff, to think about SPED, students with special needs. You know, like we have a young adult program. Like I'm always curious about any of those interlays that are happening around maybe those resources that can be leveraged in some kind of way. Because once again, thinking about what's happening right now, like how do we do distant learning for an autistic child? How are we making sure that they are, you know, getting to be ready for career and readiness too, right? Because there's going to be some gaps and slippage for them that looks really different. So thank you for the report. Oh, that was a cute kiss. I love that kiss. So yeah, so you know, thank you for your work, Commissioner. But I you know, to the staff, right? Like those were some nuggets, and we've got to problem solve those nuggets. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we? Are there further comments from board members? There may be public comments as well. I want to make sure we allow time for that. Let's move now then to public comment. Ms. Floyd, do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have a call-in speaker, area code 510, last three numbers are 723.
Thank you.
723 speaking, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. The uniqueness of this program is that it's inclusive of charter schools and public schools in the public school district, and the charter schools are, of course, managed privately. Now, the way this works is that you tax the property owners of Oakland, and oversight is management goes to the school district. And you show a chart, and you have a big round circle that has nothing in it because the charter schools did not reply. So that's sort of an oversight responsibility. And what does it mean when the charter schools don't provide you with the information that you need to make up your chart? Does that mean that it was just incomplete data? Was that just all the charter schools did not comply? That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Are there additional public? Is there additional public comment, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have Olabala.
Thank you. When you're ready, please.
Yes, good evening. I'm not understanding if you're saying that measure N, is accommodating African-American students with such underachievement high levels Are you saying that Measure N is addressing the needs of these African American students? Because it looks like the data is saying that. Also, are you saying that Measure N is totally responsible for decreasing of dropout rates, increasing of graduation rates? Are you able to say to what level Measure N is making that contribution to those decreases in dropout rates, decreases in attendance rates, increases in graduation rate? Because it appears that you're saying that everything that happens related to those increases or decreases is the responsibility of Measure N. Lastly, Measure N seems to be accommodating students the same way Oakland Promise is accommodating Oakland Unified School District, and that Oakland Promise also is providing college and career readiness services. So are we able to discern how Oakland Promise is meeting the same goals as Measure N? Are we able to say Oakland Promise is being successful in some way and Measure N is being successful? Or are we not even looking at the way Oakland Promise meets the needs of college and career readiness? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering, Mr. Hutchinson, we think you might have been raising your hand. Were you wanting to speak on this item? If you were, please raise your hand again and we will ask Ms. Floyd to unmute you. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I just want to kind of second what the last two public speakers said, especially now that we are in a international crisis and school in the fall is set to open in 3 months, and OUSD currently has no plan for how that's going to look. We seem to be repeating the same mistakes that this board has repeated over the last 4 years. So we have data being produced that doesn't really prove what it claims to prove. These are just pie charts and stats and numbers. And there is no direct correlation between the data that those pie charts reference and actually Measure N. There's questions about oversight of how this money is being spent. You know, later on in this meeting and the messages we've been getting from the superintendent is there's a looming budget crisis. We're also under shelter-in-place orders. The economy's been shut down. And so something like this program would be a prime program that could be retooled to help us get through this crisis, specifically focused on high school students. Why isn't that the conversation now of how we're going to reopen our school district and how are we going to put all of our resources to work in order to do that? Lastly, we have a huge problem right now this year where we're going to lose all kinds of high school students because teachers across the district are giving no credit to students. And so where is the mobilization to get our current high school students through this year, let alone going forward? That's what we as a community want. This should be all hands on deck, and everything should be oriented towards closing out this year and reopening OUSD in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ng, I believe you wanted to comment.
Yes, I had just a quick follow-up comment. Thank you, Chairperson. The report. This is more on the operational side. I know there's been a lot of great questions asked on the programmatic side. I know that last year, I believe around the same time, the commission came to the board with a resolution talking about some of the fiscal and accounting practices, and there was a request made around soliciting or seeking out another auditor just as part of best practices and the commission's work. So I just wanted to follow through on that. I know we've had you know, some transitions on our end, and to see where, to see if that had followed through, and if not, I wanted to see if our staff was able to follow up on that for this coming year. Thank you.
I believe that was a question for the superintendent, Director Ng.
Yeah, it would either be for Chairperson Kakashiba or the superintendent. I wanted to, and looks like Chairperson Kakashiba might be, is he frozen or just away? My question is, were we successful in, did we fulfill the request to change auditors, as I believe we voted on that as part of our resolution. And if not, is that something that we can follow up on and follow through for this coming year? Because I know that, I believe that we passed that as part of our part of resolutions that we had forwarded from the commission.
I'm happy to follow up with you, Director Ng, on that specific question.
Okay. All right. Is there any additional comment from board members?
I just say thank you for the report, Mr. Kakashiba. I didn't see you as a glass half empty kind of guy. I think you're a half full kind of guy, but no, thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let's go also to Vice President Gonzalez.
Yeah, really quickly, you know, I know you, so I know how you're already you're probably already thinking about this, but I know we have a few years left on the measure, but I believe it expires in 2024, which sounds a long way off, but is not. And so I'm just wondering, have you, other members of the commission or other community folks, begun to think about how we are going to be able to sustain this funding, and whether and when it makes sense for us to go back to voters or have other kinds of partnership conversations, or how are you guys thinking about that?
So the commission has not had any formal discussions about that. I think I've had individual conversations with commissioners and staff about the prospects of perhaps going out. That it might be prudent to go out sooner than later, meaning rather than waiting to 2024 and you have one bite at the apple, that maybe it might be prudent to go out in 2022. It also would be good to, in the course of reflect. I think some of the previous comments, the measure itself was not designed to, what do you call it, single-handedly, you know, achieve all the goals and of the measure. I think what it does is it provides concrete resources and a framework for organizing a school. But the bulk of the work are the people who do the work at the school site. And so it may be prudent to do, you know, an extensive, lack of a better term, an extensive listening campaign among all the schools that have participated in Measure N, and draw lessons from their experience. What more is needed, and then just for the board to consider whether or not to go out early, go out as a renewal, go out with yet a new measure, perhaps with an increased tax rate, or maybe a new measure that is that changes the content of the measure's framework and set of parameters. I think that I think it's worth to do, to think earlier than later.
Perhaps that can be part of the conversation that happens when the midterm review happens.
Yes.
Takashiba?
Yes. That's an appropriate time. Makes a lot of sense for that.
Great. So I think we would like to move on if we're done with questions and comments. Great. So,
motion, Madam Chair.
I believe we did have a motion earlier, so we do need to call the roll. Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw.
On the motion to adopt acceptance of the report, Director Ng?
You're muted, Director Ng.
Yes.
Okay. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
The motion is accepted.
Great.
I mean,
Thank
the report
you.
is accepted. Sorry.
Thank you again, Chairperson Kakashiba. It's great to see you, and we appreciate having your participation here.
Thank you very much.
Stick around. We're going to Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I'm going to turn it over now. We're going to go to item I3 20-1042, and I'm going to ask Director Ng if she, oh wait, excuse me. Before we do that, Director Ng, we're going to have a rebroadcast on our instructions around Spanish language. If we could, please.
If you speak English, you do not need to do anything. Por favor, recuerde que en esta junta la mesa directiva continúa poniendo a prueba el uso de interpretación al español. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación al español, ingrese por Zoom. Vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Busque el icono donde esté el globo terráqueo para interpretación y escoja el idioma. Entonces, por si alguna razón el audio en ambos idiomas está al mismo nivel, intente desconectarse y vuelva a ingresar a la junta. El proceso para hacer comentarios públicos es el mismo para todos los oradores. Al hacer un comentario público, por favor hable en voz alta y clara y haga una pausa después de cada oración para que el intérprete pueda traducir lo que usted dijo. Again, if you speak English, you do not need to do anything. But if you are curious about it, just switch back. Thank you.
Gracias. So we're going back now to item I3. Is there a motion to adopt item I3?
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Torres. I'm going to turn it over now to Director Ng.
Thank you so much. I also believe, I believe Ms. Hune is waiting to be a panelist again. I just got a text message. Thank you, President London, and thank you, Superintendent Johnson Schmel, for allowing us to have this item today, and to Director Hinton-Hodge and Director Torres, who also contributed thoughts in co-sponsoring this resolution. I just wanted to briefly summarize some of the key points and then turn it over to staff to provide some highlights around what the district has been doing. And I'm not going to go through the whole resolution, but I did want to highlight some things. First of all, there's 3 components and 3 sections of the resolution, and it is also being put forward and aligned with the city resolution that they just recently passed. And we have made some minor tweaks here. We are calling our resolution with our month, the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. A lot of terminology is now around the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, but we particularly want to make sure that we're calling out our Pacific Islander community. So as we know, the Asian American Pacific Islander community nationally and locally is not monolithic. While we are the fastest growing racial and ethnic group in the United States, we encompass many diverse histories and experiences. And in Oakland, we celebrate the backgrounds and encompass 47 Asian American and Pacific Islander languages and diverse experiences, from recent immigrants who have come seeking a better life to refugee families fleeing war-torn countries. We have indigenous and native people who come from Pacific Rim Islands. And we also have families that have been here in Oakland for many, many generations. And this month is a time that we celebrate and recognize the collective contributions of the AAPI community to our country, state, city, and district. And At the same time, we're embracing this history. We also know that we are at an unprecedented time, as we have discussed many times over. We also know that this is a time when Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are being reminded that our acceptance as an American is often seen as conditional historically. And we've seen reports both locally and across the country of experiences of COVID-related racism and xenophobia. I was surprised with when I was researching some of the statistics, over half of some of the racialized attacks that were being reported actually came from California and New York, areas that we see as very diverse and inclusive. And we also have seen that some documents that are reporting that our own students here in Oakland are feeling isolated, they're feeling blamed and excluded. And I'm concerned this is the same mentality that was used over 140 years ago with my family, with the passage of the Chinese Exclusion Act, which barred individuals from China coming to the United States, and is still one of the most blatantly racist immigration policies we have to date. Today, as we celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we want to speak specifically against the anti-Asian sentiment and attacks. And we also know that this highlights the necessity and importance of teaching tolerance, as well as the rich history of the Asian American and Pacific Islander experiences as part of ethnic studies. And there's more to come on the ethnic studies front. I know that some colleagues, Director Hinhaj and Director Torres and I will be bringing something forward at the end of the meeting in relation to that. And so just in closing, I want to say that we are a sanctuary district. We strive to create safe spaces for our students. At the same time, I personally have had Asian American teachers and students that have reached out to me, sharing some of their feelings during this time. And I just wanted to say to these students and to our teachers that are internalizing any racist messages or struggling with feeling invisible or not seen, or feeling like you're seen as a foreigner, even in your own community, that I want you to know that you belong here and that we welcome you here, and that your story and your history is tied to a long history of Asian American and Pacific Islander warriors, both here in Oakland and across the country, and also within our district. And that you are making a difference in our city every day, and that we see you and that you matter. And we lift you up and we celebrate you and your individual and collective contributions this Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. And with that, I want to turn it over to Ms. Leilan Hyun, who is just going to share some work from the Asian American Pacific Islander Student Achievement Office on what they have been doing in relation to the resolution and some of this work. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Director Ng, for sharing all of that and for your leadership to bring this resolution forward. And thanks for inviting me to speak and to share with you all some of what we are celebrating at OUSD this month. So we celebrated with our community on Monday with our very first Asian Pacific Islander and Middle Eastern virtual gathering with student and community leaders, bringing together our many community partner organizations and our school sites to build solidarity across our cultures, lift up student voice, share wellness practices during this challenging time, and develop a strong intergenerational network for increased to support our diverse API student groups. This collaborative network has helped us to directly support students, bring community groups into our schools to provide culturally relevant programming, and helps us address equity gaps and achievement like we are doing with our targeted Pacific Islander and Middle Eastern literacy programs, which are celebrating the month, and our cultural stories at 7 partner elementary schools virtually right now. Some of you know that we have an inclusive API program that includes our Southwest Asian Arab students.
Excuse me, can I ask you to please slow down for the translators?
Yeah, sorry.
So just, thanks.
Yeah. So we also celebrated Ramadan, and they also celebrated Arab American Heritage Month in April as well. This week, we partner with the Oakland Ed Fund on API Read-In Week, so please check out the video link on our Facebook. Educators and families can share these videos with students to read books by authors of API heritage for our API students to see themselves reflected in our storybooks, and for our students to learn more about and build respect for all of our backgrounds. Next week, we will launch our virtual 3rd annual Pacific Islander Honor Roll. And this year, we actually increased the 3.0 GPA Honor Roll by 50%, which is huge. We are seeing GPAs go up and are also holding steady on the 20% of increase in graduation rate that we saw in 2018 to reference the previous item. We will also have our Middle Eastern Honor Roll launch next week as well, so please tune in for those videos next week to celebrate our scholars. And as Director Ng stated, we know that this is a hard time for our Asian American community. On April 7th, thank you to the superintendent for sending out to the entire OUSD community a strong statement against anti-Asian violence and all forms of racism, along with resources our office developed for elementary and secondary schools to facilitate conversations with students about the history and context for anti-Asian racism that has been in California since the founding of our state for over 170 years. These curriculum guides have now been shared with educators across the country as a model of how school districts can respond to this moment. This message also included some important upstander training resources by Hollerback so that everyone can help intervene when incidents happen, and also intercultural panels by our partner ING, talking about our connected experiences across communities and how we can stand in solidarity with each other, which can all be found on our PISA website. I am concerned that we will have a spike in anti-Asian incidents once shelter in place is lifted, and we have seen attacks on families, children, and seniors around the nation and in California that deeply concern us for the safety of our community. Our schools, educators, families, and students can play a critical role to speak up against discrimination. So we know that a big key to this is education. And I remember when I was a student at Skyline High in the 1990s and racial fights broke out on campus, we knew ethnic studies would help build greater understanding amongst our diverse students and staff to prevent conflicts and build stronger learning communities. We have built partnerships to bring in funds for students and teachers to go on field trips to Angel Island and Marysville to teach students close up about our California, Chinese American, and immigration history, including the Chinese Exclusion Act curriculum that our teachers created. We have held several events and training for our staff to get access to resources for inclusive curriculum, and we will be releasing curriculum resource guides on Pacific Islander, Middle Eastern, and Southeast Asian populations that particularly get left out of national textbooks and classroom curricula, so that our educators can have access to high-quality books, videos, and tools to make sure that our curriculum content reflects the students we serve and the Oakland that we love. We know that too many API students still feel left out of classroom content in social studies in particular. We have reviewed and support the 500 pages of ethnic studies model curriculum moving at the California Department of Education, which reflects and includes strong content for these groups in particular. So it is critical that these lesson plans and resources get to our teachers who want and need support to be able to include culturally responsive content in their classrooms. Thank you to the board members moving that resolution to support some of those groups and other significant communities being included in the final draft, as they are at risk of being removed, and this work being implemented and not delayed any further, as the March 2021 planned adoption of that curriculum will be good timing for educators to implement for the next school year. Lastly, our Office of Equity has been working with enrollment, tech services, and our data department to implement your school board 2016 data disaggregation resolution. Since I came on in 2017 to initiate this collaboration, we have faced many technical challenges with implementation, mostly limitations through ARIES, which prevented implementation for this next school year. But we do hope that we can work with ARIES to enable our ability to finally add new categories during registration for the following year. Your 2016 resolution directed staff to include 2 new categories, Mien and Tongan, and after we consulted schools, staff, and community partners on groups to add and track for equity, we ended up actually adding 40 new categories that families and students can choose to better reflect and analyze data for our diverse populations, since so many of our different populations, especially the smaller ones, get lost when we're looking at our data. This equity work is at the forefront of data disaggregation efforts for the nation, and we wanted to report that back to you and also celebrate our wins and progress in honor of API Heritage Month. Thanks so much for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on the resolution? I actually do have some questions. I wasn't going to raise it, but because you brought up the state curriculum, can you tell me that was quite a controversial matter last year. And I want to preface this by saying that I watched the last 2 nights the Asian Americans documentary on public television. I thought it was extraordinary. And I reflected on a letter I received from my grandfather when I was in 8th grade and I was writing a family tree assignment for a social studies class in public high school in San Jose, describing his experiences leaving Russia around 1919 and the hardship that his family experienced that is very similar, the violence, the discrimination, to many of the things that we are seeing today. And this is indeed the history of our country. And I reflected as I was watching the show last night that this board, every single one of us comes from a group that has been experienced discrimination. And I will say I'm Jewish. I think that's pretty widely known. My community has been bombed in places of worship in the last few years. And that was the controversy over the curriculum last year. And so I want to make sure that while we support ethnic studies at the state level, I'm not going to be comfortable if what you're asking us, what you're recommending we support is the same curriculum that was brought forward last year. So I was wondering if you could clarify exactly what you mean there. Or maybe
Can I jump in?
wants to.
Yeah, thank you. So I believe what Ms. Hune was talking about is a companion resolution. It's a separate resolution. So my resolution is talking about the ethnic studies that's already
right. I understand that, but she brought up because she brought up the state curriculum. I want to understand what it is because she said that this is what's going to be in her resolution. So maybe we can take it offline, but I just want to let you know that for me is a big red flag and I'm very worried about it. And we will see blowback at the board level if the support includes supporting what was at the state last year. So you don't have to answer that now, but I just want to.
I think what you just put out there, because you said you weren't going to bring it up and then you brought it up. And so it sets up a dynamic. And I would appreciate if Leilan would actually speak to it, because I think she's been tracking what that is and kind of where some transformation is, and also kind of where the gaslighting and the kind of anti-Semitic, anti-Palestinian element has actually kind of wound its way in it. So I'm appreciating you asking the question, because we got to get to the truth in order for us to do this work.
Yeah, I'm happy to walk through the 550 pages of that curriculum with you and share with you what is being referenced there. What's being referenced there are the authentic voices of our Arab American community, sharing their experiences of being displaced from their homeland as well, and their experiences of anti-Arab racism in this country, which we believe is absolutely critical to this political moment and for our students to be able to discuss and navigate in the current political climate. It's actually very important. And as you know, our Arab American community in OUSD has been growing. And they don't see content related to their communities. So it is really important to include that content. I think there's a lot of politics for the last many years, about 70 years, around Palestine and Israel, and there are lots of differences, and that's really what's coming here in that controversy, is the disagreements about how we see history. And when we talk about bringing ethnic studies into our classrooms, it's about giving our students the tools to navigate those conversations about how history is told based on race and ethnicity. And that's actually what we're seeing in the conflict that came up last year, is that based on your experience and based on your race and identity, you see history differently. And we need to be able to tackle those kind of difficult conversations in the classroom and give our students the tools to be able to discuss them in reflective ways that look at multiple perspectives of history and look at multiple viewpoints. And that's what our teachers do encourage in the classroom, is for our students to investigate that. And so we can't shy away from those difficult topics. And so there is, I believe, content in that resolution that speaks to that as well.
All right, well, I will, when the resolution comes before us, I will look at it, and I may want to follow up with you on that.
Absolutely.
Director Torres.
So I do want to say, at least, President London, thank you for bringing it up to the extent that I appreciate that you said, you know, we all do come from backgrounds that have dealt with any number of things, right? And still, as a result of, we're dealing with this resolution because something as odd as a pandemic causing people to think that they can blame a certain group in our society is absolutely would be unheard of, right? We wouldn't have thought that that would happen. But when national leaders make stupid remarks calling the pandemic a certain name, it ended up being the result. And I think that what I appreciate about working with Leilon and Youngwon Choi, Director Hinton Hodge, and Director Ng about the ethnic studies piece that is relevant to this resolution and is coming later in the meeting as a presentation, that's a new item, is the fact that I feel like, why were we drawn to education, right? We were from people who were oppressed, who are still oppressed, who have faced racism, who still face racism. And so we were drawn to education and serve on the school board. This is not a job that is for money. This is a job because we care about society and students. And we live in a city. We chose Oakland, right? We live in Oakland purposely because of who lives in Oakland. And so I think that what our job is to give it in education, to give it all, because our students are smart enough to understand that it's then their choice, right? To whether they're on one side of a Palestinian issue or on another side because of Israel, we give everything. Let them then use that in their lifetime to do with it as they will. And so it is unfortunate that a small subset is trying to make the ethnic study model curriculum for the state into something that it is not. But I know growing up that I heard about the Holocaust in my text. I read about it in my textbooks. I studied it. I discussed it. But there's lots of things that are not in those textbooks still today. So that's just my perspective. We're adding. We're not taking away.
Great. No, I hear you. I see Director Hinton Hodge, and then I know that someone is going to message me soon and say we're spending a lot of time on this item, and I apologize because I did take us down this path. Go ahead, Director Hinton Hodge.
Sorry. So oh guys. So thanks for that intro, Director Lennon. Just kind of threw me off. I'm like, that's the problem. We don't spend enough time talking about race. We don't spend enough time being in some of this uncomfortability. And so what I can appreciate about, and I don't really know this, but I think, you know, Carter G. Woodson started like Negro History Week, right? And then it turned into a month. And so I'd be curious to know, when did we start celebrating Asian Americans? When did we start celebrating Latino Americans in the heritage? And so it actually is this moment where it's like every day of this month, let's pay attention to something that is actually unfamiliar to us, different, an opportunity for us to learn, or even an opportunity for us to celebrate who we are, right? And in some collective fashion. So I'm honored and excited to be a part of this. And I felt like Director Ng and I, kind of had some conversations about, important to raise the issue of like kind of what is happening in the Asian community right now. And to that end, though, I want to kind of express, and I was like in a video webinar today, and, someone was saying, let's be clear about, when we were talking about wealth or something. But anyway, it was like disaggregating the data of like Asia. This is huge place, right? A huge continent. And so you know, we even have colorism that exists within the Asian continent, right? There's people from Sri Lanka who identify as Asian, and they're as dark as I am, right? There are people from India who are as dark as I am, and then there are, you know, Chinese or Cambodian, and all these ranges. And so I just think that I am so humbled to know, to be able to say I don't know, and so the opportunity to be in the space where there's more knowledge and information that's provided to me, and also a space for me to actually address and deal with bias. Because if you know anything about Black folks, we do colorism games, right? You know, and so it is this opportunity to be in these spaces to explore these things, I think are just like amazing. And if a school district is that bold, it says a lot. It says a lot about its leadership. It says a lot about like its community. And as always, I will say that we got to get better, right? I will say that we need to develop more skills in this process. I love our teachers, and yet I don't know how easy it is for them to sit sometimes in these classrooms and watch maybe students go at it, or even them project their own bias in some kind of way, right? And so every time we do these celebrations of our culture and our heritage and our language and our difference, and what is also in common, I suggest that we lean into having a very clear framework about how we have these courageous conversations and how we do this work together. So I'm appreciative to you, Director Ng and Leilan, for bringing this forward and teasing it out and like pushing us around like even what is to come in a larger conversation. But on this day, to say that this community is valuable, important, and must be seen, and that we must, and you know what I mean, we must learn and we must embrace it in that kind of way. So I'm very just grateful to be in a learning space. Thank you.
Thank you. We do want to go to public comment. Director Yi, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate and support the resolution. And I wasn't going to say anything more than that until Director Hodge mentioned this last piece about the history of it. For those of you who may or may not know, in the 1980s, we actually had an Oakland Association of Asians in Education, OAAE, and many of us participated in that from that time all the way up through the late 1990s. And somewhere in the 1980s, perhaps Leilan or Ms. Hewen knows, we actually created an Asia Pacific task force. And if Director Kagashiba were on the line, he was also one of the participants with me. We actually had, I believe, the first resolution on affirmative action of Asian Americans in education. And I'd like to lift that up as a resource for the history of this work. What we find out if we watch the PBS show the last two nights that President London mentioned is these things come in waves. They catch their attention at some times, and then they drift off with something else in a pressing moment. And so I appreciate the fact that this is Asian American Heritage Month. There are people who are stepping up now in their current professional roles, and I get a chance to support this resolution, not as a staff member, which I was in the 1980s, but as a board member. And so I do endorse this resolution, and I thank you for bringing it forward. And I'll look for my T-shirts and my mugs on the Oakland Association of Asian in Education and bring them to the next meeting.
Can we go to public comment, please, now? Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, we have one call-in listener, area code 510. Last three numbers are 723.
Thank you.
Okay, 723, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual, and I want to speak on the controversy of the Israel and the Sabras that are raised in Israel are reversing the oppression that so many Jews experience with Russian pogroms and through the years. So a human is a human is a human, and they have human rights. And it's obligation of the government of Israel and to treat people humanely. And they're using this pandemic to further repress the people of the Palestinians. And they are the ones with the power, so they can be the oppressor. Palestinians can't be the oppressors. It's just how it is. Now, that's a huge controversy. And I really think, so is the repression of blacks in America is a controversy. So the issue isn't that there isn't a controversy there, is are you going to hide it from the curriculum, or are you going to deal with it? And if you deal with it, how are you going to deal with it? How are you going to maintain to bring in a controversy and not just be propagandizing one side or the other? And that's the trick. I think you have to deal with controversy. Otherwise, how are you going to have progress if the future generation doesn't know what the controversy is? That's my statement.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, we have Asada Olabala.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I am willing to say that it's so important that we celebrate all human beings and that diversity, but it is unfair to say that we all work in partnerships, because that's not true. And racism across the board for all groups exists. I was very disappointed in the effort to see why Proposition 209 was not being able to be repealed. The last effort to do that was because the Asian American community fought it and persuaded legislators not to push forward. And this effort right now, they are working to persuade the Asian American community not to fight against the repeal of Proposition 209. As it relates to China right now, they are putting Africans out of China, claiming that they had something to do with the pandemic in large numbers. In Israel, they are putting Africans out of Israel, forcing them out, even taking from their wages and holding them to help put them out and give them the money when they leave. I can't believe that we are in a situation where we deal with this as African Americans across the board, even in our own communities. We are hurting ourselves. But please stop this effort to make it seem like we are in partnership, because we're not. We're not. And we have a long way to go. We should be there, but it's not happening at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Hutchinson. This is a really strong resolution, and I really appreciate this work. Whenever there's a spike in racist violence, it definitely needs to be addressed, especially by Oakland, especially by OUSD. With that being said, I'm really disappointed in President London turning the conversation. I think it was entirely inappropriate to inject your own personal beliefs on the ethnic studies curriculum into this discussion about a resolution in defense of part of our community. If we want to have a discussion about the ethnic studies curriculum, that should be held separately. Because a lot of us do not feel like the curriculum was anti-Semitic, especially citing 2 lines from one song that was included in the whole, as was pointed out, over 500-page curriculum. And this is what's now devolved the conversation into these comments. And so again, this school board took what should have been a strong show of solidarity and support of our community, and then it turned it into this, where we're halfway now into Oppression Olympics, where every group now is on want to say what they find objectionable to another group. And again, that is not the tone of this resolution. That was not the tone of the conversation until President London injected that. So can we please go back to addressing this resolution? And yes, like Director Hinton Hodge said, these real conversations long overdue, but this isn't the time for it. And I find it offensive that personal politics were injected into this resolution. So let's have a full support of this resolution and get back to our show of solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Yes, we have one additional speaker, Angelica Honko.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. I'm Angelica Honko with Public Advocates. I'm also a parent here in Oakland, and I'm also the daughter of Filipino immigrants. And I really appreciate the leadership of this board in bringing forward this resolution. And I also want to appreciate the work that Leilon and your team has done, because early on during the closures, I know a concern coming out of my own school community was the need for our community to have tools to deal with incidents of anti-Asian bias, bullying, and being able to talk so that we really can build true partnership. I mean, to the comments earlier, it is a point of deep pain, I think, when I see members of the Asian American community coming out and speaking out against racial justice and showing bigotry and racism. And I think the way that we can finally move forward to true partnership is when we reach a day where our education system and where we're able to be equipped and understand our history, where our Asian American students see the solidarity and the connections and the patterns in the racism that they've experienced to the racism that Black people in this country have experienced and Indigenous people in this country, so that we can really show true solidarity. So I think this is an important step. I think it's really important that we get that curriculum out there and really support our educators to be able to use it. Because I would say, even though it's out there, I don't know how many places those conversations are really happening, including and especially at the earlier levels, at the elementary level, because we need to be teaching our young people from the earliest age, because they are hearing about racism, they are getting these messages, and the earlier that they have these tools, just the better off we all will be. So I just really appreciate leadership, look forward to this being passed and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all the commenters, and I do apologize for taking us off track. I got distracted by something that was in the presentation. President Ng, did you want, or excuse me, Director Ng, did you want to go further with this, or? Oh, and let me make sure, is there more public comment, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to offer comments right now? Director Torres, we're going to keep it to 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, no, short. I just want to also say thank you to Director Ng for bringing this, and I wish we had done this sooner, but of course it's been a mad scramble and a constant barrage of new work with the coronavirus and what it's bringing up in all aspects of education. But I definitely have, I'm happy that we're doing it, even if it's, it is now. It has been very painful to have friends in Oakland approached by strange people, my friends who are Asian, walking with a child in a stroller. It's really quite alarming, and I'm just really proud that you brought it, and look forward to this passing unanimously.
Great. Can we call the roll, please?
On the pending question, Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
Unanimously adopted.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen, for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we are now at item J, which is submission of speaker cards and modifications to the agenda. We are not doing submission of speaker cards. We are using the raise your hand system that has been previously described. Are there any modifications to the agenda at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item K, which is the report of the student board members. I do not believe the student board members are present this evening. Okay, so now it's item L, which is the president's report. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to start by thanking again the entire Oakland community for all the work that you've been doing. These are unprecedented, really challenging times. To our employees, I hope that you all took advantage of the employee wellness fair that's going on starting today. I felt lucky to be able to deliver a video message to the employees for that. And I wanted to just pause for a minute in the president's report and share with the community the work that the board is doing in alignment with the superintendent and staff around responding to the COVID-19 crisis and ensuring and fighting for resources for our schools. We're going to hear later in the agenda from our Budget and Finance Committee about the information that they've started to receive related to the impacts of COVID-19. But I just want to, remind the community. So this board actually on April 7th, which was quite early in the pandemic, had a very robust conversation about the priorities that we would like to see in legislation coming out of COVID-19. And we recognized at the time that that was going to be an initial conversation and there might need to be more. We did actually send a letter into the legislature based on that conversation. It's been posted on our website. The letter the letter that went to the state delegation includes a letter that our superintendent signed that went to the federal government. It was part of a coalition with the Council of Great City Schools, indicating the needs that schools have for federal funds as well. I know that I have participated now in 2 online town halls on behalf of the board, one with the Mayor Schaaf, and then one right before this board meeting with Assemblymember Bonta, talking about what is education doing. I'm sure the superintendent and others of us have been on countless calls, and we, when we are there, continue to advocate very much for more resources for schools and to really highlight the challenges that our schools are facing right now. I know that I've also been participating in conversations with staff to some of our state legislators, as well as a call last week with County Superintendent Karen Monroe and her staff. There were a number of people from other school districts in Alameda County on those calls. And the many things that I've learned is that we are so not alone here. Every district is feeling the challenges that we are feeling. And it's going to be very interesting when districts submit their budgets at the end of June. But I just want to assure the community that this board, every member of this board, is fighting very hard and looking for creative ways for schools to help solve the problems. But we know that we are going to need way more in the way of resources for that to happen. So that's really what I wanted to share in my report. Colleagues, if there's anything any of you would like to add, you're welcome to. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yeah, I'm not sure I heard you mention you and I are working on an op-ed piece that we're trying to get placed in, hopefully in one of our national newspapers, because ultimately we need the federal government to intervene. Even if the state were to give us the maximum allowable share from the rainy day fund, it wouldn't even get us half the way there in terms of the deficit facing education in California's budget. So this really requires federal action. That's why President London and I have written an open letter to President Trump and the Congress asking for more dollars for public education. I have also contacted all of our state delegation. I really encourage my board colleagues and those who are watching to do the same, because we just can't absorb the kind of cuts that are being discussed. So there'll be more to come on this, but we just wanted folks to know that we have some really hard decisions ahead and that we're doing the best that we can to try and get additional resources allocated to OUSD to try and mitigate the impact it's going to have on students.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, I really did want to thank you for your leadership, Director London. The letters to the governor and to the legislatures. And just to kind of piggyback on what Vice President Gonzalez was saying, that like there, clearly this is like a federal and national conversation that's happening. And so what we're pretty fortunate of in the last day is that the Senate is passing are we at number 4 relief, and the Council of Great City Schools did heavy advocacy. I know the letter that the superintendent signed, the letter that I asked our board members to just kind of or use that information to reach out, and I don't know what Vice President Gonzalez used, but for many of us, right, like it was looking at a very clear number around $100 trillion being allotted to public education across the country. There are also things around infrastructure. And I would just say that I think our continued battle is also going to be around school safety, school buildings, that can't fall off of the agenda in any kind of way, because we know that we're going to have to be redoing our schools in a lot of ways because of social distancing, et cetera. So yeah, the federal push is going to be really, really critical for us to be there. And so definitely have leadership. You have my support around that voice that needs to push back. And then I would say the last thing is really around infrastructure and with the FCC. So there's a lot of campaigns that are out there right now where we're talking to Comcast, yes, give us, free, services. We really need to look at what is the city, going to do, or what is our region going to do? So again, appreciate your leadership around that. And, to all of our constituents, know that isn't critical work that we're responsible for doing. But your support is also needed too, to call your legislators and public officials elsewhere in the Fed.
And I believe that the California School Board Association earlier today sent out a toolkit. I need to look at that more closely, but I'm hoping that it's a toolkit that we'll be able to post online and our community can take advantage of to do some advocacy as well. So we'll be pushing that out if that's indeed what it is. Vice
And
President,
I just want to clarify, President London, I believe that the House has adopted another relief package. I don't think the Senate has adopted it yet. So I just want to make sure people are clear that we're not done yet, like we're not out of the woods yet.
Okay. Other comments from directors? Are there any community comments, public comments, Ms. Floyd?
No comments at this time, President London.
Okay, so this was an oral report. There's nothing to vote on. We're going to move now to item M, which is the superintendent's report. So Superintendent, we're always delighted to have you, and we want to thank you again for your steady leadership in crazy, crazy times. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Board President London. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Let's get my screen together here. I will continue to use the superintendent report for the remainder of this year, at least, to focus on our efforts around the COVID-19 health pandemic. The presentation this evening will focus in 2 parts. One will provide critical updates around planning and results for the end of this school year around food distribution, device distribution, distance learning, our plans for graduation for our high school seniors. And then I'm going to preview some of our planning around summer and our planning action team around fall planning and beyond. So that is going to be the focus of the presentation. And as always, we'll end with question and answers with the board. And at that time, staff will be available to answer any specific questions that you may have. So I want to start off the presentation just lifting up the fact that we're in May, and May is a huge national appreciation for our teachers and principals. And as we all know, we designate May, but we want to obviously appreciate the work of our teachers and principals all year round. But I want to, particularly during these times, just really broaden who we think of when we think of our teachers and principals, and really think of all the educators that are in schools right now and in service of schools, that oftentimes don't get highlighted in these national conversations. So in particular, I appreciate our nurses for constantly doing an incredible job. They're always there for our students, but particularly now, the way in which our nurses are working both at the central level and with our school sites, our community school managers, our paraprofessionals, academic mentors, our front office staff, custodians, just all of our educators. I want to include them kind of in what we think of when we celebrate during this particular month, and just to deeply thank them for all of the hard work right now in terms of really providing service to our students and families just during these extremely extraordinary and challenging times. They really are stepping up in more ways than I can even describe. And so I just want to make sure that, again, when we're talking about the month of May, that we're being a bit more inclusive in terms of who we're celebrating and who we're appreciating. Next slide, please. And I'm saying that because, again, our approach back to our mission and vision, we're in challenging times, but our true approach to this crisis is really a more family and a village mentality, and knowing that to get to these deep instructional challenges, which we know we're going to face and have to support through for a number of years. When we think of the impact of what we're in right now, we're only going to do so by continuing to have a focus on the whole child, even in the midst of these financially challenging times, and really working to address disparities in terms of food, mental health, and wellness. And so again, kind of back to what it means to be an educator and teacher at this time. It's really all of those individuals working at the school level and at the central level to really help us make sure that we can keep our eye on student learning for our students. So it's a very challenging time, but it actually is the time for us to hold steadfast to the mission that we have. So we are now, it seems unbelievable, but we're actually in our 9th week of the current crisis. And we have been steadily attacking all of the immediate needs that I will be giving us an update about. And now what we're beginning to do is to create a space both to handle our immediate needs, continue to support the closing of the school year, and begin all of the different scenario planning and have an action team to share some of the scenario planning that we've been involved in for a while as we prepare for, again, the fall and really thinking about the school year for 2021. Next slide, please. So just some highlights around our food distribution. We now have a website where you're able to see in real time just the impact of the work that we have been doing here. So we now have served about 1.5 million meals. We are averaging about 14,000 students that are being served, but I want to highlight that there are about 9,000 students that still don't have access to these services. And so we're now pivoting and being more targeted in the work that we're doing with our partners to figure out how to reach those students more creatively, where we are now have specific data on certain students and families that we're not reaching. I want to thank the partnership of Help a Mother Out. We've recently been able to distribute about 300,000 diapers. And a lot of the feedback that we're getting, again, deep appreciation to the Office of Equity, to the English Language Learner, Multi-Achievement, the ELMA office, for all of the check-ins that they've been doing with students and families on top of our schools, particularly for our most vulnerable families, where our schools have been challenged to reach out And so it's through a lot of that feedback that we're able to share with partners in terms of what specifically our families need. And that has been the reason for us to turn our attention specifically towards fundraising for cash assistance, for getting some of these critical needs in addition to food, because this has been feedback directly that we've been getting from our students and families. So again, we just want to thank our partners for their work in helping us in that area. So again, I encourage you to continue to look at these data points in terms of, you know, where we are addressing the need and then where we still have a substantial amount of work to do. Next slide, please. For device distribution, what I'm doing in each of these reports is just giving you an update of where we are in terms of the distribution of both devices and hotspots. Our goal right now is to try to ensure that we have one device per household. But as we go into the 2021 year, our goal is to actually become one-to-one. And in order to do that, we know we're going to need to raise close to $10 million. And in our last presentation that we had around the LCAP, there was someone from the community that was asking, how are we going to continue to support making sure our students have the resources that they need? And while, again, we know we're not yet at a point to be able to meet that need individually as a public school system, we're still setting that goal. We're using the resources that we currently have. We plan on using the resources that we hope to receive soon from our federal stimulus and more of our partnerships with the city, as well as the individual fundraising that we're doing. We are using all of those components to make sure that we meet the target of becoming one-to-one and accelerating that. Because regardless of the scenario where we end for the start of school, it is a known fact that we're going to continue to have to provide virtual learning of some capacity for the entire school year. And so that's one of the reasons why we started in terms of that work this year. So we're already 2,000 more devices that have been distributed. We were about 16,000 at our last update. We're about 18,000 Chromebooks. You can see again the deep partnership of our tech exchange in terms of some of the work that they've been able to do, the increase in the hotspots. But you will see on the right-hand side still the work that we need to continue to do to make sure that our students have the devices as well as the hotspots. And I do want to note that a lot of the partnerships that we're doing with Comcast, with Verizon, we know that those are short-term solutions, and they are what we're going to continue to do now. I've been using a lot of my time. We know, and this is something that we've been doing as superintendents across the nation, is really being able to bring the conversation about devices as it is a textbook. In California, many of you are familiar with the Williams policy, and really needing to think about the device as the textbook of the future, so that we can begin to advocate for change in policy that we need, while there's the continued work in terms of the increased funding, multiple rounds of stimulus funding for what we're going to need, because that's just going to have to be a priority for 2021, that we ensure all of our students have the devices and the hotspots needed. So we will continue to keep you updated with these numbers. Again, I want to underscore, because we have a health crisis that has now become an economic crisis and a school crisis, we know the internet need will continue to fluctuate. There may be families next month or 3 months from now, because of their economic situation, that will be in need either of devices or hotspots. So that is why this will continue to be a goal and a focus for the remainder of this year, but going into next year. Next slide, please. All right, and we are now in stage 4 of distance learning. We will be heading into stage 5, which is really going to be collecting all the lessons learned so that we can continue to improve the quality of our online learning for next year, again, because we know that's going to have to be a part of our plan for next school year. Next slide, please. At this point, we have about 6,100 students who have been using Chromebooks, who have been engaged in distance learning. But again, we know there are many students that we are not reaching, and we will be able to share data at our next board meeting update around where we are site by site in terms of some of the students that we have not been able to reach. We are now using our ARIES system to be able to track students who are accessing both the devices for our online and distance learning. And so we'll be able to share that information because that is going to be a part of us figuring out how to address that gap going into next year. I wanted to highlight here, in addition to the learning, our connectedness with students and families and focusing on wellness is going to be a focus not only for the remainder of this year, but going into next year. So a huge focus of teacher check-ins with students, whether they've been individual phone calls. Many of our schools have been doing it through some version of a classroom meeting, as well as the additional support of our ELMA office, of our Office of Equity. We know this is another area, back to advocacy, where we're going to continue to need more support, particularly around mental health. We know particularly in our county and around the nation, child abuse is increasing, domestic violence is increasing, and suicide is increasing. And we know there's a correlation between social isolation and lack of connectedness and trauma and mental health issues. So knowing that some of the implications as we think about planning for next year is additional professional development on what it means to really support students from a mental health lens, not only from our counselors, our nurses, but particularly some of the skill sets our teachers are going to need, as that's going to have to be a consistent focus, both virtually and in the forms that we may be able to come back in the fall. So what you're seeing here is just some of the work that we've been able to do in terms of tracking students' well-being. And again, back to the learning piece, we have a good sense of where those gaps are, but a lot of the feedback that we're hearing from many of our schools is still needing more support in terms of not only how to support our adults and our educators in terms of their own mental health and wellness, but the best practices around how to actually execute and hold those individual meetings for our students and families. And so that will continue to be a focus going on for the 2021 school year. I want to highlight in terms of some of the places where we've been able to maintain. Yes, it's been very different, but still some level of celebrations and rituals that we've been able to do, obviously in the past face-to-face. So we've been able to maintain, we had our Latino Honor Roll, which took place last Friday. It was a beautiful event virtually. We have our Asian Pacific Islander, Middle Eastern, and we have our African American. All those honor rolls will continue in a virtual fashion. And as I mentioned before, our Office of Equity in particular has been reaching out to our most vulnerable students, in addition to our schools, holding class meetings with students, speaking with families. And again, that data has been instrumental in helping us really think through where we need to increase our systems as we go into next year. Next slide, please. I put this slide in here. This has been data and questions that have come up through surveys, many of our engagements with students. So just wanted to be able to provide some clear information about our approach to grading. With most of where we have landed in this particular global pandemic, we are doing very few things individually as a school district. We are working in tandem with our county. We're in conversations with districts across the state and across the nation. There was great intentionality around going to credit versus no credit, as opposed to keeping with a grading system, knowing that across the nation, there's so many challenges around the digital divide, and not wanting to penalize students that really have challenging circumstances. There was great intentionality also, particularly for our seniors, of working step and in partnership with both our Cal State University system, UC Regents, to make sure that students who were on their way to college, that wherever we landed with our grading policy, that students would not be penalized. We still intend on providing a report card for our elementary students. They will not necessarily have grades at the end, but there will be comments, and report cards will go out either virtually or they will be hand mailed. And then again, we have posted all the requirements for graduation that are on our website. And I want to thank again the family engagement team, again, back to data that we've been receiving from families, that there's lots of information on the website, but it's sometimes hard for many families to digest. So our family engagement department has taken that information and created videos to walk families through how to actually access and use Chromebooks, just a lot of the guidelines that we've been flooding, because it's been so much information to communicate on our website. So I just want to deeply appreciate that team for just their nimbleness and really working to listen to the needs of our students and families, and then supporting our communications department and our school with giving the information to parents. Next slide, please. So again, this was a lot of questions that came up from our last update and through a lot of the engagements that we've been doing with students. In the link here where it says link to info, you will find the information for each school site. We are moving forward with virtual graduations for all of our schools. You'll see the dates there. There are other virtual celebrations that various schools are deciding to do. Some schools are beginning to plan some personal graduation ceremonies, although the dates are very much to be determined as we continue to monitor when we'll be able to have large gatherings. I'm excited to say that we're also planning a district-wide senior celebration, and we hope to be able to do that on Saturday, June 6th. I do want to say this has been, I think, the most emotional part of all of this is I do know, as a mom, as a former teacher myself, the end of the year for our students is such a time when you look forward to celebrate the accomplishments that you have, and particularly for our seniors, whether it's prom, thinking about just the graduation and how much momentum is built up for that moment. So I know there continues to just be a lot of disappointment and anger. And so I am appreciative of all of our schools of really working to be creative and finding a way to graduate and honor our students. So I encourage you to actually take a look and see all the work that our students are doing across the system. Next slide, please. All right, and I'd like to now get into a little bit of what comes after the end of the school year. And I want to focus first a little bit on summer planning, and then begin to walk you through our thinking around how we're planning for the fall. So we do plan to have summer learning. It's going to be virtual, just given where we are in terms of our guidance from our county public health. We're planning to have a 4-week program, and it is going to be a hybrid, both being able to have some paper-based opportunities for students, as well as online instruction. For elementary, the focus will be around literacy. For middle school, the focus will be around math intervention. And for our high school students, prioritizing credit recovery, with a focus on our upper class high school students to ensure that we have students graduating. So for more information, we're asking for students and families to contact their teachers in their schools. We have the link that is here as well for more information. But we know it is not exactly like the summer programs where we would be in person, but we are still working to provide a high quality learning experience so that there isn't a gap between summer and when we start in the fall. We're also working with many of our community agencies to be able to provide creative virtual enrichment opportunities for our students as well. Next slide, please. And finally, I wanted to share some of our approach in terms of planning for the fall and beyond. As I mentioned before, we've already started scenario planning, but what we want to do now is make a significant shift from planning for the here and now, this particular year, to really being able to have a planning action team and be able to involve more stakeholders, both our labor partners, our teachers, our principals, and nurses, into some of the what if scenarios for next year. I want to communicate that throughout this process, we want to guide our decision making and our recommendations basically around 3 S's. 1, science, safety, and student learning. So in terms of science, really thinking about the guidelines of both the county public health and CDC guidelines, and making sure that all of the recommendations that we have are in alignment with those regulations. 2, thinking about the safety of both our students, our staff, and 3, how we maximize access to student learning. As we establish the team, we're really thinking about multiple components as we finalize scenarios. And we're really aiming to have scenarios by the beginning of July. And we will be establishing and launching this team in the next 2 weeks. So I just want to quickly go through some of the key questions that we will be grappling with. 1, under instruction, absolutely, virtual learning is going to be a part of the plan next year. As many of you know, we are anticipating breaks in our schooling, and we are being asked across the county, across the state and the nation to plan for some interruptions of school, depending on what we see with this health pandemic. Therefore, we need to continue to work to improve the quality and the structure of our virtual learning, both at the elementary and the high school level. We need to continue to build the capacity of our teachers to be able to deliver online instruction, because we know that that will be some form of what school is going to look like for our students. So that is one piece for sure that we know that we are going to have to focus on in terms of instruction. As technology, as I stated before, we know we need to move and be ready to be one-to-one for our students and ensure that students have devices and hotspots. So we are working to do that as well. In terms of operations, we actually, because we started our food distribution so early, we have a clear model in place, and we are working to refine that and figure out quickly how to expand our food distribution model. We intend on providing food over the summer, and we're looking at seeing if we will continue to use that similar model going into the 2021 school year. So we can think about how we're going to continue to feed our students and ensure that we're monitoring and following the guidelines of social distancing. The biggest pieces, and again, back to where our labor partners are going to be critical, where feedback from custodians, from principals, from teachers are going to be critical, really comes down to our scheduling for this school year. And knowing from social distancing, it's going to be virtually impossible to have all 37,000 of our students that are going to be interacting in the ways that we've had before pre-COVID. And so we are starting to get scenarios together and get some feedback initially through surveys, and really land on, again, based on our guidelines from science, direction that we're getting from our county public health, what is going to make the most sense for the start of the school year. I want to underscore that, you know, the challenge in this situation for every single school district is that we know the conditions that we're planning through are going to change. That's one thing that is not going to be constant. And so the intentionality of really having an action team, having a lead for each particular component that we have to think through, and being able to have feedback is key, because we know we're going to have to continue to pivot throughout the school year based on what the science is telling us in terms of how many students we're going to be able to have on our campuses. We know more than likely we're going to have some form of a hybrid model, and that could look anything like having to rotate days. It could look like having more in-person learning for elementary and being able to have more of a hybrid learning model for our high school students. There was recently some data that was shared around across the nation, up to 25% of high school students are working, which is attributing to the dropout rate across our country. And so we know that there are opportunities actually, and we talked about it at the beginning of the board meeting, to really look at what we're doing with our work-based learning, and with the work we're already doing in terms of online learning, to be able to optimize that as an example of something that we would continue to do once we're out of this crisis. So again, when we talk about hybrid, it's both thinking about the scheduling of students, which again, we need to do in partnership with labor, but knowing that we will have to have a different approach at our elementary schools than our high schools. Next slide, please. And finally, I just want to highlight some of the fiscal implications that I know I've been communicating around. And in a similar fashion, we are also doing scenario planning as we wait to really see what our budget is going to be for next year. We should have a May revision from the governor's budget that will be out tomorrow, but we aren't waiting to really figure out what the impact may be. We already are in the stages of doing scenario planning, whether the COLA hit may be -1% all the way to -10%. And we will be bringing some of those scenarios to our next board meeting as a part of third interim. We also know, depending on how wide the hit is going to be, there is a possibility we may have to make adjustments to our budget for next year. So knowing that, even though we don't know exactly what that impact will be, we're tightening up on spending. And again, this isn't something that just we're doing as a district. This is becoming a common practice among many districts. So really limiting spending, really monitoring our budget now, and keeping an eye on our reserves, keeping an eye on cash now. Again, these are things we've been talking about in terms of our OUSD fiscal vitality plan, and now really underscores the importance of us prioritizing our reserves and making sure that we're staying solvent. So we'll be able to share some of those scenarios at our next meeting. Next slide, please. So with all of that said, yes, there are looming financial pressures, and we need to continue to fight and advocate for the resources that we need. As I said earlier, this has started off as a health crisis that has now become an instructional crisis. And we know, again, when we think about instruction, it's not just planning for the end of the school year. Next year, we need to be thinking about how we are going to invest deeper in intervention and accelerations beyond the instructional day next year, as well as summer school. We are absolutely going to need to invest in a more robust summer school, even for next year. When we know we're going to need more support around mental health. Before we even came into this crisis, we were focused on the community schools model and the need to have more resources at the state. So these are going to be conversations that we're all going to have to be a part of. Even before we get to the state advocacy and the national advocacy, I want to point to why we worked so quickly to work with our community and our partners right here in the city. And so you can see now, it doesn't solve everything, but just some of the resources that are already helping us. And we're going to continue to need this level of just grassroots support now and throughout next year. Next slide, please. In addition, before I get to some of these partners and donors, I have been the Council of Great City Schools, which is the organization of urban districts across the United States. We've been meeting every single week, and the focus of those meetings have been around advocacy and really working to not only have one federal stimulus bills, but a round of stimulus bills. This issue around hotspots, around devices, mental health, more professional development for teachers, we are going to need continued support. And so there will continue to be a push around there. I have been in constant conversation, and I just want to give a deep appreciation to our Congresswoman, Barbara Lee. We have been in conversation on a regular basis, her office, and really being able to communicate the specific needs in a district like Oakland, which is different than some of our more affluent districts in terms of what we need to be able to support our students and families at this time. And so I really encourage, I can't agree more with our board president, that we really need every single citizen to advocate, to reach out to your elected officials around the impact that this crisis is going to have on education, and specifically our African-American, Latino, newcomer, immigrant students. It is going to be devastating unless we have more support from the federal government. We will continue to do everything in our power to focus on learning. That is what we are going to do, but we have to have stronger support from the federal government. And so I'm asking all of you to continue to join us in leadership in terms of really being able to articulate specifically around the digital divide, around the supports our teachers are going to need, and around mental health and wellness. It's going to be critical for us to actually deliver on the educational challenges that we have. Here, I just want to again appreciate folks that are already rolling up their sleeves and they're helping us. We have partners that are helping us deliver meals to families now. When I spoke about those 9,000 students and families that we haven't been able to reach with our food distribution, we now have partners helping us. And I want to thank you helping us with our COVID-19 response fund and with many of the other critical supports that we need. Next slide, please. All right, lastly, I would like to end by just highlighting and giving a shout out to both Kelleth Chin, who has really been stellar in developing our teacher center professional development infrastructure. It has been the place where many of our teachers have gone just to be able to build their capacity around virtual learning. So I want to be able to provide a shout out. And I just want to shout out a couple of schools and just share some of the creative work that many of our schools are doing. I'd like to shout out the Sankofa Special Education Team. The special education team there, Andrew Carlson, Tracy Grizzle, Tammy Knowles, they have worked to actually create special needs supplies and projects, and they delivered them to the autistic students of that school community. They have gone above and beyond. And so I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that special needs team at that school. I also wanted to give a shout out to a first grade teacher at Emerson who has been putting a story time on Facebook Live, I believe 10:30 a.m. And it caught the attention of Ellen, of the Ellen Show. And so the teacher is actually going to be featured on Ellen, I believe on Friday at 10 a.m. Lastly, I'd like to give a shout out to the Think College Now 5th grade team. They have worked together to create weekly student schedules, and they've been able to track that they are able to connect with 75% of their students through their daily virtual classroom meeting. And in that meeting, that is where they're able to do many of their wellness checks. They're able to create office hours to help students with homework and really be able to connect with their students. And so when we talk about, again, phase 4 of distance learning, it's really pulling a lot of the work that's already going on in many of our schools so that our teachers and our leaders are helping to inform how we're systematizing and improving the quality of our virtual learning moving forward. So again, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge those teachers represent many teachers in many different schools that are doing a tremendous job under extremely challenging circumstances to learn and to evolve and connect with our students and keep learning going. So I will stop at that point and I will open it up for questions, and I'd like to make sure that staff are ready for Q&A. Thank you.
Great. So colleagues, this is an opportunity for board discussion. We have public comment on all the items that we're discussing now later in the agenda. I think I'll set the timer at 4 minutes for a first round. First of all, I should have started by saying thank you, Superintendent. The amount of information and work that you and your staff are holding is really, I would say tremendous, but it is tremendous, and it's unfortunate that we're in this situation. But thank you very much. So who would like to go first? Director Hinton Hodge.
Thanks, Superintendent. So earlier I just been talking about like how do we get ourselves more organized around this, because you're very organized. You have a whole team around you that's very organized. And so just to be, really conscious of like how the work is flowing, but really more important, I think the transparency around it. So is it every 2 weeks that we kind of get this download on the information? So those are just gonna, I think operationally, those are gonna kind of be the ideas and suggestions I'm gonna put out to the team. So I'm looking at the pillars. And we got a letter from our nurses a couple of weeks ago, and I might be the only person who's responded to them. And so, they're public health specialists, professionals, and that green banner talks about science. And so I'm assuming that's the medical folks in the public health county, city, and you name it that way. And so for me, what is missing is the public health specialists that talk to young people every day during this, have talked to parents every day during this, have talked to teachers every day during this, are nowhere in that. Because even when you go down to drop to your next pillars, you have mental health, and they're probably doing that work as well. So again, you kind of started out, let's teachers, but everyone is in that. So I just want to point out that I think that we need to name it. We need to be more conscious of it. And I just want to advocate that they're moved into one of those columns immediately. And then I have questions about that department in general, because I know a lot of our departments, the cut from the top theory is that sometimes it's just them. And so I want to know a lot more about leadership in that particular department. And so I think for our Miss Dawson, Grant Dawson, that's going to be an important thing as we're looking at how we're spending our resources, what's kind of COVID special, what's necessary to sacrifice. When we talk about partnerships, accessing partners, appreciate that work. And just want to shout out, and I'm sure other council members are saying this, but Lynette Gibson-McElhaney from D3 is definitely trying to do more food distribution and just other things. And so from I'm not sure the city connection thing as well. Like, where is that mechanism for that? Because they're asking me around certain things. I'm constantly wanting to see data disaggregated. I want to know whether or not Black and Brown children or children who don't speak English, are they at the top of the list when we say seniors? I think we do some disaggregation, but I'd like to know much more by race and by diversity of language. Devices, I keep talking about adaptive ones. I've talked to a principal or two who have autistic kids and they never really have worked Chromebooks with them before. So they're trying to straddle that. And so again, even for me, like I've been in meetings, SPED meetings where parents are like, my kid is blind, my kid is hearing impaired. And so I just want to know to the extent that these devices are going to be adaptive. It seems as though everybody in the world wants Chromebooks. And so I just want to understand better where we can partner. I have people right now that are saying, I can get you hotspots, I can get you computers, but they're not necessarily Chromebooks. So I need to understand that a whole lot better. Homeless students, I've had an opportunity to talk to the homeless case manager, and I know Director Yee had asked some questions about the homeless community. So any opportunity to do a deeper dive on that would be great. I probably have like 30 seconds, huh? I'm just trying to run them. You can answer later. Sports, you talked about social distancing, like what's going to happen with sports, OAL, and things like that. And then the very last thing I just have to end on is that we've talked about labor, we've talked about all these other things. I do not see a significant amount of conversation about families. I do not see them in a pillar strongly enough. I think we should be consulting with them now about what does summer school look like? What does it look like coming back? To distant learning or independent study, all these ideas that I'm sure parents are weighing out right now. And I don't want us to get jammed up just because we're spread too thin, right? So like, what would it look like for us to go a little bit deeper with parents? Thank you for the work, Superintendent.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. And I think it would help if you could get all that in writing, because that was so much and so many great questions. And if you send it to me, I can make sure that we transmit, because I know other board members will have similar questions. So colleagues, if you can capture your thoughts after the meeting in writing, I will make sure that they are conveyed to the superintendent and her staff. Who would like to go next? Anybody? Director Yee, thank you.
This is very intimidating because the report is really comprehensive, and the amount of work, the team building work. I'm just glad we have a superintendent who believes in team and is building a team to carry out the work. The one piece that I was looking at in terms of labor and HR is with the both of the changes in the delivery systems of instruction, and also the possibility that we'll have to have more classes, or the social distancing strategies that have been talked about, whether it's mixed days or more spacing out and so forth. It occurs to me that that there's a possibility that rather than even having less teachers, we may need more professional staff in the year, this coming year and the next year. And I'm just wondering, this is the time of the year that we're usually locking in our contracts for new staff and so forth. How do you go about anticipating what the demand is for educational staff, especially certificated staff, in the coming year? How do we know we have not too many and not too few? And what are the projections you're basing your planning on, your talent recruitment planning on?
I have our Deputy Chief of Talent on the line, Tara, who can give you kind of a high level in terms of our projections. And quite frankly, Director Yee, some of the modeling and the scenarios, if we were to go with the scenario in terms of decreased ratio, when we think about the relationship between that particular scenario out of the labor and talent bucket and the financial bucket, those are some of the conversations. What would that increased cost look like? And again, back to the need for having some ongoing assistance in terms of federal stimulus, if that were to be one of the scenarios that we would be ready to actually have in play for next year.
Yeah, and before Ms. Gard talks, you've hit it right on the ahead to me about the projected potential needs for stimulus money. But I was just projecting out for myself. Let's say the stimulus money comes to all districts in Alameda County, then that means that all of us will be competing for the same pot of potential new hires. And we've seen this before when we had class size reduction in 1990, where we have a huge departure of our veteran staff to other districts who are stealing our staff during these times of crisis. And that's one of the things that I think should be a candid conversation around the county, that county superintendents and districts agree to have some professional conduct regarding especially our highest trained teachers. But I'll just leave the rest of it to Ms. Gard.
Hi, Dr. Yee. So I would say, as far as projections are concerned, we're currently, recruiting for teachers. We have about 120 openings right now. I mean, that's just aside from what we're doing with the COVID. We are seeing a decline in the number of teachers, it looks like, and the number of teachers resigning, and some even that are rescinding, that resigned and then are wanting to come back because of the budget concerns across the country in education. So in order to plan, we have to look at, do we need additional teachers, or perhaps we need additional support staff and not necessarily more teachers. And all of that is going to be tied to what type of instruction we do as we open the school year and then throughout. But we still have many vacancies that we have to fill now, regardless of what's happening with COVID. Did that answer your question?
It just shows the challenge that you have the 120, there's people rescinding. All of our budget projections are assuming that, we have some steady state equilibrium between the number of teachers we need and the number of teachers we have on staff. And I guess my concern is, if we go to some model which has requirement for more teachers for the same number of students because we have social distancing or split classes or distance learning, that there's going to be some kind of a mid-year drain of the potential teachers that we have. That's just a.
So, Director, we can come back around if there's more you want to discuss.
That's it. Thank you.
Can we? Okay. Are there others who? Yes. Go ahead, Director Torres, please.
So I just wanted to follow up on what was just said, because as with the fact that what Director Yee said, that it's a very comprehensive superintendent update that we got, but so I may send questions, but what I just heard from Ms. Gard in regard to people rescinding a resignation, that is not something I would have expected on some level, but I do wonder if, again, we might be thinking about who could be a liaison between teachers and families in regard to and targeting families with monolingual skills that are not English. And they might want their student on distant learning, and they might have gotten the free Chromebook, and they might be on hold for 2 hours with Comcast to get the internet, but they're still not maybe tech savvy. And so it's not their fault, but I just wonder about this being an opportunity to retain our teachers. Sounds like we're on our way. The economy is in turmoil, so where else would they be going, right, for a job? And we're still sheltering in place. So I'm wondering about Superintendent and Ms. Gard about this, the in between, right? Because when I'm talking to teachers and I'm packing food, you know, their job is stressful. Their life is stressful as they're sheltering in place, except when we're out there packing food at Life Academy. They're dealing with their own mental health or an elderly parent or grandparent that they're worried about. And so we do need a liaison in between. The teacher is not a tech expert, and the parents and families in our monolingual category, because it could be an amazing opportunity to retain teachers, but also increase our actual distance learning. So I'm just wondering, Superintendent, if you've thought about that, because that's what some of the staff have said to me about what they hope could come out of it is kind of like these tech teams or something to just, and maybe not all, because some teachers are extremely tech savvy. They just are. But there's a lot that are like, that's another stress for me. So I'm just wondering.
Yes, and I think Director Torres, that's a great question, and that's an example of, as we think about our action planning team, of being able to have various scenarios around what could staffing models look like, right? And really thinking very imaginatively. You know, we are in public school systems, we're very rule bound, right? We're bureaucracies, but this is really a time, just given how unusual these circumstances are, to try to think differently. I've been in contact with some systems that are thinking about what would it look like if there were some teachers that were focused on mental health and other teachers focused on learning, because the mental health and the wellness needs are so great, and they will continue to be great, particularly if our economy continues to be like it is right now for the year. I mean, we know the devastation that we're seeing in some of our schools. There are opportunities to think about, would we hire, I am just brainstorming right now, so I'm not saying this is the plan, but this is the level of thinking we have to do, you know, academic mentors. And so I think that's where we're going to get more richness, to Director Hodges' point, from families, but also folks in school sites. When we're thinking about facility schedules, being able to run ideas past some of our custodians. So we're going to have to be that nimble and know we might put something in place for a month, conditions shift, and we're going to have to pivot again, and just be ready for that as a system. Tara, I didn't know if you wanted to talk a little bit about some of the work your team's done to actually shift for recruitment in a virtual setting, because that's been some of the work you guys are already prepared to do.
You need to unmute yourself, Ms. Gard.
Excuse me.
All right.
It's all right.
You'll get a chance to, it was a practice session.
It was. We shifted right over to an online recruitment events. So, which has worked so far. We've had principals go online and use the system. They're able to go into rooms and meet candidates. We've continued to do our hiring. Everything is virtual except for one piece, which is fingerprinting. We pushed hard on credentials, so we've been getting some good information back now from the state and the county to help our teachers currently who are in flux around their credentials. But most of the work that we've been doing, we've been able to shift virtually. Of course, there's going to be some bumps in the road, but the team has really worked hard to continue to work and continue to hire, and then to continue to find ways to keep people warm or keep people engaged in when they're joining OUSD, which is difficult in this type of environment.
Your Superintendent, thank you.
Sure.
I have one last question. So because as a lawyer, when we don't have a law on a particular topic, and I do accident cases and we have scenarios that are unusual, right? Like when the scooters came out and these little apparatus that people ride around on, and all of a sudden people are starting getting run over and killed, and there was no rules of the road. They're driving around. I think with COVID-19, it is kind of like what they would consider an act of God, right? Like we have a major earthquake or wherever they have tornadoes. Every idea comes forth because you're in chaos. So what I'm wondering is, like, in regard to even like offering, since we can't have playworks, right? They're not at school getting exercise, and the teacher gets a chance to then be in class to prepare for lessons. Maybe we're doing more yoga. Maybe we're doing more meditation online. And, maybe it's like every hour, 5 minutes. And it's not just for the students, but also for the teacher, right? And so somebody comes on and says, okay, I'm here for that 5-minute break. I mean, there are no rules, right? So right now it would be the time to be so creative around the mental health of every single person, whether they be a child or an adult or the principal or a superintendent. We are all in the same boat. And so we could just throw all kinds of stuff up and see what sticks. And people are so generous right now with free yoga and free Zumba, and everything is free. And I'm just like, it's crazy good, right? Going to museum. So I'm just thinking it'd be awesome to see some really cool ideas come out from principals and teachers, and just go at it, right? Just go at it, because people's mental health is number one. You can't learn if you're stressed. And it is unfortunate about domestic violence. I've been filing restraining orders this whole time because that's also part of my work. That never stopped.
Director Torres, we do want to make sure there's time for everything. So if you're wrapped up. Okay, are there other questions or comments right now? Director Harris, Director Ng. Director Ng, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'll try to make this brief. I just echo the just acknowledgement of all of the work and the huge comprehensive updates. I had a couple things I wanted to highlight. First, I just want to get a better understanding when you're talking about the working groups over the next few months. Is that a staff working group, or that is a we're going to do like a call for site level and other types of stakeholders being involved? I couldn't quite understand from the presentation if that was more of an internal working group and how you're thinking about organizing, or that's where you're looking at soliciting input. It would just be helpful to clarify. And then I have some quick comments I wanted to run down based off of a meeting I had earlier today with some teachers.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's going to be both and. Obviously, the internal staff are going to be the individuals who are going to take ideas and execute and implement. And so wanting to foreshadow all of the components that have to go into the final scenarios. But we are planning to actually have some community meetings. And because I know time is of the essence for everyone, being able to repurpose and use some of the structures that we already have in existence, PSAC as an example. So being able to have some community meetings and doing so probably in the month of June, so we can get some input, but also be able to have participants from school sites. And we're looking to do some surveys as well. So obviously the individuals who are going to be responsible for enacting and implementing are going to be staff, right? That's our role. But being able to get feedback and input from both school sites and community as well.
Great. Thanks for that clarification. I just wanted to highlight some recommendations that came out of a meeting that I had earlier today with representatives from the Technology Committee of OEA, and Councilmember Bass was there also. And I just wanted to name some of these as you're thinking about recommendations and solutions, particularly around the digital divide. They had brought to my attention just obviously some of the challenges that individual families are facing in terms of waiting on the phone for an hour and translation issues, et cetera, and had pointed me to another district, I believe it was Hillsborough, that had done a master contract with Comcast to extend out the internet essentials, and at $10 a month times however many households it was. I mean, obviously it's still a cost, but that by doing a master contract, we eliminated the barrier around individual families having to reach out. There was also a question about if there was a way we could set up an internal IT hotline for teachers and parents to call. So maybe it would be potentially redeploying some of our IT staff as we're thinking about staffing for next year. One area that I thought was in terms of, as we're thinking about summer food distribution sites, there was, as we potentially are able to congregate a little bit more, but not a lot more. There was one of the things we talked about while brainstorming is the potential of, could we be looking at our food distribution sites as IT tech hubs to be able to have digital access over the summer? I mean, with social distancing requirements, I mean, they raise that some teachers will have some concerns around safety in some of the areas around driving and trying to utilize our tech broadband at school sites, just being in the car. So is there a way that we could open up, since schools are open for food distribution anyways, could we further open them up for access to families to have access to broadband inside at least 2 days a week and have that staffed? And then finally, just raising up the issue, which I hadn't considered, around the digital divide for teachers. And they had also talked about, I asked them if they'd be willing to partner with trying to assess or prioritize, what that gap looks like for teachers, and they seem willing to. So I just wanted to highlight those recommendations. I thought they were, interesting solutions and ideas for us to consider. And then lastly, I just want to also commend you for really speaking very candidly about our challenges, like Director Torres said, around our mental health and wellness that we're going to be facing now and years for several years to come. We already had a youth mental health crisis, and now even more so. We know that our current situation has exacerbated the needs of our students and teachers. And so just really appreciated your continued emphasis around mental health and wellness. I feel like so much of part of my concern is that with just our vast needs around digital divide and the flexibility of the stimulus dollars, which I think is a good thing that we have flexible dollars, but that all of those dollars will be swallowed up by digital access and digital divide, and that we won't have the resources to be able to direct towards mental health and wellness supports, which we know are just foundational to our work as well. And so just want to appreciate you continuing to lead on that effort. We are a leader with our community schools work and our SEL work. So just appreciate you continuing to highlight that. I'm sure you're bringing that work into all of the bodies that you're superintendent and other conversations at the national level, also with Great City Schools. I'm sure that you're continuing to lead on that level, I'm sure. So thank you for your leadership and your work in all of those areas.
Thank you. Are there any further comments by board members, comments or questions by board members? Okay. I think there's a lot I could say, but I'm not going to say anything because there's just too much in here. But thank you very much again for your leadership and for your work. There are a lot of ideas that are coming out. Again, board members, I encourage you to send me your thoughts, and we will consolidate that and get that all to the superintendent in one package so that she can more handily, think it through. So we are not taking public comment on this item. We take public comment on all of these items in a few minutes. So at this point, we are going to move on to item N, which is comments by our collective bargaining units. So this is an opportunity for the leadership of our recognized collective bargaining units to address the board on any issue that you wish right now. So if you are here from a collective bargaining unit and you wish to raise your hand, I think I see Mr. Brown's hand is raised. So Ms. Floyd, if you could call on Mr. Brown, and if any other union leaders are here, please do raise your hand. Oh, wait, before we do that, Mr. Brown, I apologize. I think we wanted to do one more check around Spanish language speakers and whether we are still have folks on the line who want to have translation occur. So if you are listening to the meeting in Spanish, and could you just raise your hand and let us know? I think I see one, JRD. Are there others? There may be. I think that was what we were looking for. So thank you. So we will now go to the back to where we were, public comment by collective bargaining units. And I think we want to unmute. If you could raise your hand, Mr. Brown, so that we can unmute you, that would be great. Thank you, Ms. Floyd. Ms. Floyd, can you unmute Mr. Brown, please?
I did.
Could you hear me now?
We can hear you. Great. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Keith Brown, Bret Hart Middle School, president of the Oakland Education Association. And just want to bring about a call to action for everyone listening today, no matter where you are in the country, to call 855-977-1770. That's 855-977-1770. That number will connect you with your member of Congress. And on the call, we need your support to ask your representative to support providing at least $175 billion for the Education Stabilization Fund to distribute to the states, and also to ask for support of $2 billion for the E-rate program so that we could close the digital divide. And we heard today about the importance of getting the federal stimulus money for our schools. So I'm really calling on parents and educators to make these phone calls to show that we will not have a repeat of the 2008 financial crisis, and to demand a federal bailout for public education and social services. Also, I had the opportunity to meet with visual and performing arts teachers in OUSD. Today was an excellent meeting, and they were just raising a lot of concerns that I want to uplift, that we need to ensure that art and music are considered essential for our students, and that they are a priority. And in looking at navigating through distant learning and how the changes of education, that we always must keep the arts and the music in the forefront, as far as we know that art and music improve academic performance, give students confidence, build visual and auditory learning skills, develop decision-making. So I just wanted to use this forum to uplift the work of our teachers, visual and performing arts teachers. And, you know, we see in this pandemic, it's the arts and music that's being able to help us deal with everything. We see how popular on Instagram music is, where we last Saturday, the Jill Scott versus Erykah Badu, bringing people together. So we need to ensure that we keep music and arts in the forefront of OUSD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you for your leadership, and also thank you to your members for everything they're holding right now. We really appreciate it. Okay, we're now on item O. Oh wait, were there other governing board leaders who wanted to speak? I don't see any. I think the next person is going to want to speak on item O, which is public comment on all of the agenda items that we have considered so far this evening. Although you don't need to speak again on the special orders of the day, because we did take public comment there. So if you want to speak now on the items that have come up so far on the agenda, please raise your hand. Ms. Floyd will call on you. Go ahead, Ms. Floyd. We'll give each
We have a
speaker
call in.
2 minutes.
We have a call-in listener, area code 510. Last three numbers are 723.
Okay. This is unmuted 723, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. One of the things that just pops into mind as a teacher, I think it's really important that you need teachers, but in this this crisis with the virus and trying to stop the spread, essential is that you have a safe environment, a safe building. That means you're going to have more custodial help. You're going to have more supplies than you ever had before. So your budget has to reflect that. Let's not forget that number one priority is to return the students and the staff to their homes and have them be safe. So that's number one. So you can't think the same way. You got to think out of the box. And the other thing is you're in a box now because everybody talks about the divide, the digital divide. But there's an analog that still exists. And there are some, and actually, if you're looking at your budget, the cheapest way to get communications with the other side of the divide, the ones that don't have technology, is to give them a low, very inexpensive technology. It's called a TV. So you give them a TV, and I would assume KDO Studios is not just about Comcast, but they also broadcast widely. And if I'm wrong about this, then you can't use the TV this way. But there's an adapter that you put on the TV, and you can, get Channel 9, get Channel, the old basic ones. But I assume that you can get Channel 27, which I'm watching right now from the KDO Studios. And then the second part of that is, where's the programming? Where's the programming utilizing the content? Which is, you got schools, you got kids doing digital assignments, and you don't put it on KDOL. Let's see some of the work that the students are doing digitally on KDOL. And if you're reaching out to the ones that don't have it, let's see some of their work on. When's the programming? Why won't you change your programming?
Mr. Mordecai, thank you. Your time has expired.
Digital divide.
Mr. Mordecai, thank you. And I do believe that we actually are working to get lessons online with KDOL. I know that's something that is.
I'm not talking canned. I'm talking about involving our students.
Mr. Mordecai, we're going to move on to the next speaker now. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I wanted to support Mr. Mordecai's reminder how important the physical space is and your stewardship of the physical space for OUSD students. And then I wanted to respond to 2 points raised in the superintendent's report. First of all, I was really glad to see you uplifting the work of some of the teacher teams. And then the discussion that ensued about valuing teachers. So I hope that everyone on the board remembers this moment, and the next time you are tempted to not honor part of OEA's contract, that you remember how important teachers are and how stability and respect are main things that will keep teachers in Oakland unified. Second thing I wanted to go on to, I was very glad to see in the superintendent's report was including the piece on the fiscal vitality that hasn't been consistent through the year. So I'm hoping that it becomes consistent again. And I wanted to come back to something that Ms. Casares raised last week on Bill 1840 and the $514,000 that the district anticipates from that. Combined with last year's revenue from 1840, it's just a little bit over $1 million, which is far, far less than the 30 million plus that was discussed when the bill was put into place. And I know that Representative Bonta spoke about that 30 million plus just a couple of months ago as being an idea that would compensate OUSD for the backlog on the loan. And so I'm hoping that we can hear what you are doing as a district and board to go back to the writers of that bill and find out what can be done for the district to recoup those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stelton. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I agree with a lot of the previous statements. To address Director Yee's question about teachers going forward, the easy solution would be to rescind the March 15th non-reelect letters that was just given out to hundreds of teachers, to give them a probationary year and keep them as the extra staff capacity that we might need going forward. But I also agree with a lot of Director Hinton Hodges' comments. You know, the one problem with the plan that was laid out by the superintendent is there's no component there for the community. And a plan going forward will not work without the community being involved with these decisions. We know that thousands of students have not been contacted during this crisis, and that thousands more don't have devices or internet access. So we also know that we're not going to reach these same families by a Zoom school board meeting, by robocalls, or by the internet. And so why is there not a concern for these families? We know that distance learning does not work for a large part of our community. It is just a stopgap. That's how we need to look at this. And we want to know how we're going to reopen our school district. Like Director Hinton Hodge brought up OAL, Mr. Brown brought up visual arts. You know, for band, how can there be a woodwinds class next year in a middle school or a high school with what's going on? There's also a huge problem right now with grading. I've received phone calls this week of students receiving no credit. Some of these students told me that they were working on a B before this crisis hit. What are we doing to ensure our students are going to not be penalized and victimized twice? We know that every school district in California, every school board in California, has the right to decide on the grading policy during this crisis. I would push for an adoption of what they're doing in Santa Ana down south, where every student is getting an A, B, or C. It allows the differentiation for A students, but it guarantees that every student passes. Because in terms of programming for next year, it's going to be even harder if we have all of these students who are failing because of this crisis. And we also know that a distance learning, just give me 30 seconds to finish. We also know that a distance learning plan in the summer won't address those very students. Lastly, there's been no report on what's happening with the charter schools. Are we going to have to absorb those 17,000 students into our public schools? And going forward, we know that we need more funding. That is the only way to adopt these measures. And that's where we want our leaders to join with the community who's already fighting for these things. So let's change this dynamic and let's really partner with the community to make this happen instead of 4 people on a Zoom call.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers?
Yes, we do. Asada Olabala.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. One element that has to be considered in this scenario of what we're going to be doing moving forward is the fear factor. And what I mean by that is a lot of teachers and parents are going to be very concerned about the potential of moving back into the classroom. Having said that, as well as teachers, will teachers or students have an opportunity to have an option? And that option would be, I prefer being in a distance learning situation. As a teacher or as a parent, my child being only exposed until we have more solid resolve of the pandemic, can I stay in a distant learning situation? Will that be an option? The other thing is, I heard you say that there were 9,000 students that you were unable to service through the food distribution program. Are you able to provide the number of students you are unable to provide distance learning to? So is there a number of students who we had no opportunity whatsoever to engage in any form of learning, what that number was, and what those challenges would be based on that? As it relates to the challenge of dealing with the emotional and stress and trauma issues. So we have available psychologists, counselors, social workers that are part of the system. And have we developed a way for them to just target on their skills and talents to be able to deal with just this issue and how that will be done? And lastly, I saw in the description of summer school, you're going to have summer school intervention based on recommended students, and how that will work to determine who is eligible for the summer school program. I know it's a lot, and I'm not expecting answers to any of this, but we do have so much to deal with, and I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker, I have first name only, Kim.
This is Kim Davis. I want to start with a deep appreciation for the superintendent and your staff and all the volunteers who have done such an amazing job making sure that families have food. And I also want to raise this issue with a couple of board members. I would love at some point for us to have an understanding of what the cost, how many students, I know you have those numbers, how many students we're feeding, what is the cost of that, and where, you know, where the pieces are, the components are that we're getting that money from. Because I think that we are now seeing that our schools are the safety net in our community, not just for our own students, but for students of all schools across the district, across the city. And this should be a shared responsibility with the city, with the county, with the state, with the federal government. And I think that, you know, I'm so happy that we are doing this, but I also think that we need to use this as an opportunity to advocate that the next crisis that we have a safety net in place. That doesn't mean that our district is taking care of all the kids across the city without all of the other components weighing in. So that's the one thing. The second thing about what Ms. Olabala said, I do hope that since summer school is going to be online, we are able to offer that to more students than we generally do. I know there are always students that would like to receive services, but we just have a limited number of slots. So I hope that we can do more of that. And the last thing I wanted to raise is I was very disturbed. I got a phone call today, a robocall from my child's school. It was a student, an OUSD student, who asked me to fill out a survey, which I found the link and went to the survey and discovered that it's not an OUSD survey, or it's not just an OUSD survey. It came from Go Public Schools. And the survey itself was concerning, but what was even more concerning to me was that at the end of the survey, I was to put in my phone number, my address, my cell phone, or my email address, and then I was redirected to the Go Public Schools website. I do not think it's appropriate for us to be using our internal systems and our students to push people to Go Public Schools website and to populating their mailing lists that they then use for fundraising and for political activity. So I think I don't know what happened or how this happened, but this to me is a huge problem that we need to address immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Are there further public comments?
Yes, we have another speaker, Sherry Kassenbrock.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
My name is Sherry Kassenbrock, and I'm a credentialed school nurse. I currently work at Oakland High School. And school nurses bring a wide skill set to student health, communicable disease management, and pandemic preparedness. We're licensed by the state of California as registered nurses and public health nurses, but we have historically been and continue to be left out of important district policy, protocols, and planning processes as it relates to the work we do with our students in school sites. We recently sent a letter to the superintendent and board members requesting to be included in COVID-19 planning, where it directly affects students, staff, visitors, and ourselves. To date, we have heard from one board member who is supportive of our inclusion, but we have not received a response from the superintendent or other key people that were CC'd on the letter. The superintendent has announced that the 3 priorities for the 2021 school year are science, safety, and student learning. We have reached out and offered our expertise. This leads us to ask ourselves why, as the district moves forward with safety plans for both distance learning and reopening our schools in the fall, they have not sought our expertise. Why haven't we been given a seat at the table in the planning during the pandemic? We are professionals who can foresee how these decisions will work in real time to protect our students and staff. We must be included in this crucial planning phase for the 2021 school year. We provide care for nearly 15,000 students with complex health conditions, work with families and medical providers to ensure their children are safe, and promote and ensure health and safety at our school sites. Please respond to our letter and invite us to participate on the planning team. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I haven't responded. I did read your letter. Let's go on. Are there any further comments on item O, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, Madam President. The next speaker, first name only, David.
Thank you, David. When you're ready.
Hi, good evening. David Castillo here, a USD parent. A couple of points I'd like to make tonight, and I'll make them quickly. Number one, it sounds like you're going to be offering some form of summer school, which is great to help students to continue on their learning journeys. And for other students, I just want to make sure that I'm going to put in a plug for OUSD to research and ideally keep the Clever portal open for other students that are using the online tools that are available through the district. There are some very high quality tools on there that students are using as part of their distance learning plans. And I want to make sure that that those don't get shut down at the technical end of the school year coming up here in a few weeks. And if you can keep those open until school resumes, that would be amazing. So students that aren't in summer programming can continue to learn at home. Number two, I'm just wondering what the plan is for students with IEPs. I heard a presentation at the last board meeting, and to be quite honest, it felt like it was very disingenuous. I think it's really important for you all to understand beyond what comes to you in the form of leadership and reports, what's happening at the school sites with teaching and learning, and how our students' IEPs being supported during this time. Because as a parent, that the presentation was very far away from my experience as a parent. So I want to make that clear. Three, what was number three? I forgot what number three was. So I'll just say thank you to the superintendent and to the board of directors and to the staff and everybody that's working on the ground to help during this time. Actually, I remembered what number three was. Nope, it's gone already. So that's it. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Nakia Manning.
Good evening, everyone. This is Nakia calling for
joining a part of Black Organizing Project, first and foremost. I also just want to extend gratitude for all the efforts that have been made so far during this time. I know it is, super chaotic for a lot of us. And so thank you for everyone that has put in time and efforts. During this conversation, I was actually really relieved and glad to hear that social emotional learning and mental health and wellness, continuously come up as a top priority. And so given that, again, as always, I will continue to encourage and pressure you all to consider the elimination of school police, especially during this time, and to especially, question their role as we consider mental health and wellness. We have to acknowledge, or we have acknowledged, that there are also many other essential, positions, extra positions that are likely to be filled or refilled. And so as we move forward, as you all move forward, and making decisions around who and what will be cut, again, I just urge you to question the role that police have right now. I'm hoping that is no role. Students aren't even in school. I've been hearing around some other districts even that police have been doing wellness checks at home, which is just only adds to the stress, especially to those who are already most impacted, being Black and Brown communities during this time. So again, I thank you for the work. I encourage you all to continue to reach out to BOP, to families, to students and communities during this time, to really serve, to serve us, to serve those who are most impacted. So thank you. And yeah, please be considerate. And the time is now, if at all. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the final speaker on this item is Yanira Canizales.
Hi, thank you everyone for your hard work during this time. My name is actually now Yanira Wandera, and I'm a former teacher and school leader in Oakland. I'm also a mother of 3 Oakland school-age children and the director of community leadership at Go Public Schools. What is most clear to me in this moment, and quite frankly, always in our work, is that families' voices must be included in decisions about how our schools function, and especially right now, come back from COVID. The School After COVID survey is a survey that families can take to answer questions about their current experience with distance learning and their preferences for how schools will open up in the fall. Go's work is about involving families, especially our most marginalized families, and the most pressing issues facing our community. We are proud to partner with OUSD and to have worked so closely with OUSD's Office of Equity to help center family voices in this time. So far, the survey is available in Spanish, Mom, and English, and will soon be available in 3 other languages. Since OUSD sent the robocall, we've received hundreds of responses from Oakland families. The survey design process has also been community-based, with parents and educators playing a central role. I want to encourage us during this crisis to work together in bringing people together by focusing on families and students. Let's put them first. We encourage all families to share your perspective, to go to bit.ly/schoolaftercovid. Thank you again for finding ways to bring all our stakeholders together.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment, Ms. Floyd?
That was our final speaker on this item, Madam President.
Thank you. So we're going to take a pause again so that our translators can explain how the process works for folks who would like to follow the meeting in Spanish. Go ahead, please. Bienvenidos.
Madam President, believe that one of our translators, oh no, she's there. Ms. Ovando, if you could join, and I will share my screen.
Okay. Entonces, buenas noches. Esto es, sorry, if you're English speaking, you do not need to do anything. These are instructions for Spanish speakers who may need to join. at this late time. Entonces, sí, les animo por favor a que si necesitan la traducción al español, ingresen a la junta, ya estando ahí, uno necesita ir a la parte de abajo de la pantalla y hacer clic en interpretación. Se escoge un idioma, y que es el español, y luego ya debe de poder escuchar el canal de español. Sin embargo, ahorita parece que no está funcionando. Solo hay 2 traductores, disculpe. Entonces van a poder escuchar al intérprete alto y claro, y quizás escuche el inglés a un volumen inferior. Si por alguna razón el audio en ambos idiomas están al mismo nivel, por favor desconéctese y luego vuelva a ingresar a la junta. El proceso para hacer comentarios públicos es el mismo para todos los oradores. Al hacer un comentario público en español, por favor hable en voz alta y clara y haga una pausa después de cada oración para que el intérprete pueda traducir lo que usted dijo. Again, if you speak English, you do not need to do anything. Thank you.
Madam President, you need to unmute.
Madam President, you're on mute.
And I sounded so good. Thank you, General Counsel. At this time, we would like to ask anyone who is listening to the meeting in Spanish and who is relying on the Spanish interpretation to please raise your hand. If we do not have anyone who is still relying on the Spanish interpretation, we're going to send the interpreters, they're already home, but we're going to release them for the evening. So it would be important right now for you, if you want to continue to have the Spanish translation, to push the raise your hand button on your screen or press *9 on your phone if you're wanting Spanish interpretation right now. Give it a couple more seconds. Okay, seeing none, we are going to thank our interpreters very much for your help tonight. And I'm really proud of the fact that we are able to provide this service in Spanish and hopefully eventually in other languages as well. It's tremendous. We're going to move on with our agenda.
London, I just have a question. If
Yes.
people come to the meeting later on who need Spanish interpretation, are the interpreters, are they on call, or what will happen? Because there may be people who are waiting for the facilities master plan or some other topic to come on the call.
I'm going to ask the General Counsel about that because I am not in the details on that. General Counsel, can you help us out with that question?
Yes, thank you for the question, Madam Vice President. So this is the same practice that we use in in-person meetings, where after a certain point in the meeting, if no one in attendance has indicated a need for translation, then the translators are excused. Obviously, that creates the same challenge if someone does arrive late. We do have in the agenda posted and ask that anyone who needs translation would inform us so we can make sure that we have it, be it in Spanish or Chinese or any other language. We're going to continue to work with the translators, interpreters on how best to support translation needs. And certainly the situation you raised is one we're going to have to really think through about how best to do it, have somebody on call or something of that nature to see we can make sure that the meetings are translated appropriately, but not so that we have translators working for 5 hours without anybody listening to them, which is the challenge we have faced in the past.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on with the agenda. We're now on item P, which is adoption of the general consent report. Do we have a motion to approve the consent report?
So
Moved by Director Yee.
Okay.
Seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. If you wish to offer public comment on the consent report, please raise your hand now by clicking on the raise your hand button on your phone or press on your screen or pressing *9 on your phone. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, Madam President. So far, we have two. Our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Olabala, when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am. The concern I have after reading many of these items is if all of them or any of them will be appropriately available for distance learning. So many of the areas like math tutoring for small groups, providing professional services to teachers, reading internship program for students, all day mentoring, meeting individual student learning needs, summer internships, student evaluation, small group skill building, physical fitness, daytime reading intervention. And I have many other types of programs that are being facilitated and services being facilitated, being approved tonight. The question is, if distance learning is part of what we're doing, how many of these items will be able to be transferable to distance learning? Is that worthy of a discussion or not, is my question. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. I just want to point out that these contracts are for the most part for this academic year, and new contracts will come forward for the next academic year. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Yes, Mike Hutchinson. That's kind of my question. If that these are, a lot of these are contracts for this year. Not only do they all, a lot of them seem to be dated in July or September of 2019, they all contain language that says "and COVID amendment" there too, and there's no explanation of what that means. And so, for example, P14, a contract with Soccer Without Borders, you know, the way it reads, provide week-long soccer camp for up to 200 newly arrived refugee and asylum seeker students during summer of 2020. Are we going to be able to gather 200 students this summer with these rules in place? And this contract is for $112,000, and it's backdated to July 1st, 2019. And so there's a lot of these contracts in here. They total hundreds of thousands of dollars. We keep hearing how we are facing funding cuts. And then, so the question is, why are these contracts on here? What are they? Are these services still going to be provided? And why do we still have this practice of backdating contracts 9 months and they're just now coming for approval?
Thank you for the question. I'm actually going to ask the general counsel if he can respond on this, because the COVID amendment, there have been many of them on our most recent agendas, and it would be helpful to clarify what that's about. Thank you. Welcome, General Counsel Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, as I've mentioned the last couple of meetings about the COVID amendment, we've been very attuned to the changing nature of the ability of various contractors and vendors to provide services to students at school sites. And what we did is we developed an amendment that allows for flexibility in the scope of work as it relates to functioning and providing services in light of COVID-19. And one of the changes is that it allows a similar scope of work to what was in the original contract that is consistent with the shelter-in-place orders by the County of Alameda. So in particular to this contract that the speaker mentioned, I had a chance to speak with the staff member who's overseeing this contract, and some of the ways in which Soccer Without Borders have shifted what they're doing is very much aligned with what Director Torres was talking about. These vendors are thinking creatively about how to work with and provide all sorts of supports to students who most need it. And this one in particular actually is being very creative about how to, obviously they can't do soccer, but they can provide the types of supports and benefits that would have provided in person, but by doing it through small groups or other online interactions. So I definitely think this is an example of that, and something that we are continuing to try to make sure that we are consistent with the contract, and if not, make amendments to the contract to allow our students to continue to be served even in a pandemic.
Thank you. Director Torres, did you want to ask a question or a comment?
Well, I mean,
let's keep it 2 minutes, please. Thanks. Go ahead.
That was definitely my concern about how to vote. You know, I really love Soccer Without Borders. The program is extremely valued at some of my District 5 schools, Life Academy, Fremont. However, it confused me how to vote for a contract and many others like Playworks. There is no school, so there is no recess. And so I think that in order to support these great programs that are going to help our students, I would need us to have something reported back, because to just vote and give hundreds of thousands of dollars and assume the program was able to modify and serve our students with sheltering in place, that concerns me. And I would have to vote no, because I can't see how we can do such a thing with our money and our resources being so different and tight because of the extra added expenses of COVID. So could we request that we get something? Because I know that's not typical, right? We approve Playworks and that's it. We know what they're doing. They're at schools. They create a great value to teachers to have some space and time while recess is happening. But
we can include that in the questions that I'm collecting to send to the superintendent. If you send that to me in writing, that would be great.
And maybe we can get that on the agenda maybe 30 days from now, not the next board meeting, but maybe 1 month from now. And just these people will have to tell us this is how we're going to use that $112,000 for these 200 refugee students, because I definitely need to see something.
We are thinking along the same line, Director Torres, in how we've crafted the COVID amendment. So maybe in response to the questions from President London, I can share with the board exactly how we've been tracking, make sure that the services are being provided and the changes are consistent with the original purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to vote then? Can we please call the roll, Mr. Rickstra?
Madam President, we have one final speaker on this item.
Oh,
a call-in listener, area code 510. Last three numbers are 723.
Go ahead, please. Can you repeat the number, please, Ms. Floyd?
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. I have a question which, of course, won't be answered. But the question is, a contract is a contract, but an act of God or an act of nature is an act of nature. So this virus, does this, and how would it impact obligation to carry out a contract when people are sheltering in place, and it's ridiculous? And I also find out why would you negotiate if they're not going to be able to fulfill the contract? Why would you go ahead and negotiate so that the people get money, and under this particular circumstances? It doesn't make sense to me, but I really would like to know and answer that question. What's going on in just the general world in terms to all these contracts that are there, and then we have this emergency and this virus? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can we call the roll now, please?
On the motion to adopt the general consent report, first of two tonight, Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Okay. Director Harris.
No.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're going to move now to, I need to find the page. There's a second consent report. We have a new practice. This is something that we authorized recently when we modified a bylaw, and we now have all of our facilities items on bundled together on a second consent agenda. Trying to find what page it's on, forgive me. But I'm looking for a motion.
50, I still move.
Page 50, moved by
49, I'm sorry.
Page 49, item P1, adoption of general consent report measures B and J. Is been moved by Director Yee. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Torres. Do we have comments, Ms. Floyd, on item P1?
Yes, we do. We have one speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
Yes, Mike Hutchinson. As we're looking at these contracts, which are to me even more serious because they're from the facilities department. There's a whistleblower lawsuit. There's allegations that a lot of the Measure J projects, money was going to unidentified, unapproved people. And we're still disapproving things this way. And I just want to reinforce what we just heard for the last consent report. General counsel said that these were amendments to change the scope of work of the original contract. And the actual scope of the work that was going to be provided still needs to be worked out, and we didn't have an answer. And thank you, Director Harris, for voting no. But all other 6 board directors just voted yes, including a summer camp that it was admitted they can't run the camp. And I'm sorry, as a lifelong soccer player, I can find videos on YouTube to show students, but I know you're not going to pay me $112,000 to do it. So like Mr. Mordecai said, in this crisis, now should be the time where if an outside provider cannot fulfill their contract, then we work to claw back that money so we have the extra funding to fund these things that you've been talking about all night that we need to go forward. And instead, you're spending money not even on the programs that were identified as important. You're spending it on an unknown thing that maybe will be discussed in the future. And for general counsel to say he's tracking it when he couldn't actually give answers for the scope of the work shows that he's not tracking it and that's not really being honest. So why are we giving money for an unknown purpose?
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
Madam President, we have one additional speaker.
Let's call the speaker, please.
Listener, area code 510. The last 3 numbers are 723.
I'm not prepared. I pass. Okay. Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I'm not prepared. I pass.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt the general consent report on measures B and J, Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Right. I don't know, my space bar is not working. Yes.
Thank you. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
No.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We are now on.
President London, can I just say one thing about the general consent report?
Yeah, please.
I am in fact very alarmed by what I'm seeing on the consent report. It doesn't make sense that we're paying for services and children aren't in school. So, I get that we have to move business along. We need a much more detailed report of what exactly these organizations are doing on behalf of students. We don't pay people to think about what kind of services they're providing while we're paying for it. We pay for a complete product that's supposed to be purchased when we know what that is. And so right now, if we don't know what that is and we're giving people money while they think about that, that's bad business practice. So when we get this assessment that's of each of these companies and what they're doing, we need to understand that as a board and we need to share that with community.
Thank you for clarifying, Director Harris.
May I add one more comment? I think that to Director Harris's comment, I mean, we're seeing that restaurants are trying to figure out if they're going to put plexiglass around each table. We're seeing them put mannequins in chairs to space people apart at restaurants. I mean, what I would imagine is that they've had 9 weeks too, and they can't possibly think that we can have a straight face giving them all this money if they haven't been doing the work of figuring out how they're going to modify. My reason for voting yes is that I know they have a connection to our kids on another level, and they're going to step into a role of some sort, even if it's not a real soccer game. It may be a lifeline to keep a child from going down a dark path. So that's my hope. We're going to get a detailed report.
Thank you. We're now on page 59 of the agenda. This is item Q, public comment on non-agenda items that were not on our agenda. If you wish to offer public comment on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand by pushing the raise your hand button or pressing *9 on your phone. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. I'm going to ask the Vice President if she can monitor this for a couple of minutes. And Ms. Floyd, please call the first speaker.
First speaker is Andre Spearman.
Go ahead, Mr. Spearman. 2 minutes each.
Thank you. Good evening, President London, board members, and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. My name is Andre Spearman. I'm a leader with Faith in Action East Bay and part of the Education for Liberation Committee, as well as a member of the Alternative Education Hub Coalition and Organizing Committee. I'm attending tonight's meeting to let you know that we are continuing our efforts to listen and learn by engaging board members, staff leaders, community, and youth leaders also about the vision of building an alternative education hub at 1025 2nd Avenue. We look forward to connecting with all of you and other elected officials and community leaders soon as we build towards a cohesive collective agenda. And we want to say thanks to those of you who've attended our research meeting, expanded our thinking, our minds, and engagement. And we look forward to future engagements with all of you. And I appreciate the time tonight. I just would have one other comment. I think it would be helpful if we can move the public comments, whether they're, it's 9 something like I imagine what parents who have children would experience. So it would be great if we had all the public comments early in the agenda item so that folks who needed to make their comments, read the items, and could speak could do it on the front end. It's now 9:35. I don't envy the work you'll do, but I think it would be helpful to at least put the public comments in the front end. So I thank all of you for your time, your energy, your leadership, and I'm looking forward to an opportunity to learn, listen, and grow with all of you together as we envision those who are marginalized and left behind, and also to honor those who come before us. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Spearman. Ms. Floyd, who's next?
Next speaker is Angela Noel.
Ms. Noel, or Ms. Noel.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, Board President London and directors and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. My name is Angela Noel, and I'm a leader in Faith in Action East Bay. I am the mother of 2 OUSD graduates, and I've lived in Oakland for more than 40 years. Literally for decades, I have worked and want to ensure that the district lives up to its long, unmet obligations to the most vulnerable students. And as it turns out, that was before, now, during, and I hope after the pandemic, we can start making some movement. I join others on our diverse Alt Ed Hub committee who support the establishment of the Alternative Education Hub. We are working hard to continue to expand, deepen, and broaden our community outreach and discover the best way to realize the community vision. I invite and welcome your further involvement. We all know that it's past time that we address longstanding inequities in the allocation of resources to the most marginalized students in OUSD. I look forward to continuing to working with you, to listen to and learn from you. Together, we must make sure equity and innovation are at the center of how we fine-tune our vision. And finally embrace and wrap our arms around this deserving but sorely underserved student population. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Noel. Ms. Floyd, who's next?
Next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. In response to Mr. Spearman's comments, I just want to point out to the board that on your agenda, it says that public comment on non-agenda items were scheduled for 7:30, and they started roughly 2 hours when you said they would start. So again, this is the way the school board treats the community. I want to again say thank you to Director Harris. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to ask our school board members to only vote on contracts that are actually providing services. But in this crisis, to approve contracts with an undefined scope of work after the grand jury report, after you've made all these cuts to our schools, and you're talking about future cuts, it really shows what you prioritize and what you don't. We have a looming crisis right now of students who are getting no credit due to the virus. We need it to be addressed. Teachers across this district are deciding to give our students no credit. And so we would ask for the school board and the superintendent to partner with us in asking all teachers across OUSD to give credit to students. The other thing that we need to start working on now in terms of a plan of going forward for next year is, again, I'm going to keep referring to all of these families who we have not even made contact with. We have no idea how many families are going to show up for school next year with OUSD. And we have no idea what those families are going to require from OUSD in order to show up. And again, we've had no official report about the charter schools. What's happening there? Are they doing distance learning? Are they going to reopen in the fall? That's 17,000 students. When there's an economic turndown, usually families who go to private schools, many of them come back to public schools. What are we anticipating for that? And in terms of social distancing, what are we doing in terms of space in our facility? So please, let's partner with the community.
Yes, Floyd, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Ms. Olabala, your time.
Yes, thank you. I have to reflect on the comment made by Councilwoman London, saying that the contracts that were approved and the consent calendar were for this school year, as if to ask the question if they were able to accommodate social learning is valid, because a part of this school year we had social learning going on. So please don't be dismissive of concerns that are valid. And if they are not valid, I can take that. But social learning is a part of this school year, and you approve contracts, which should have been approved before this point for the school year. But having said that, the other thing I'm concerned with, as an African-American who spends a lot of time trying to see how African-American children are accommodated as far as their needs are, it is really disappointing to constantly see references to refugees and newcomers getting soccer, getting schools, getting programs, and you cannot accommodate African-American children because of Proposition 209. And that is not equitable representation of how we serve children. So to be speaking about we've given kids soccer and you can't meet the needs of underserved children as it relates to African Americans around math and English learning, is insulting. And so lastly, I am fighting diligently for the police department to come up with the individual who murdered Miss Makisha Singleton on January 17th. The police department is hiding what happened for some political reason. January 17th, his mother was killed.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. That's your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Alma Padres.
Thank you. Can you repeat the speaker's name, please?
Alma Padres.
Alma Piedras.
Welcome, Ms. Piedras.
Gracias. Primeramente, quisiera mencionar algo referente a la traducción. I speak a little bit of English. I just want to let you know about you have difficulties with the translation. I understand some English, but some parts I do not. So it will be so helpful if you could be aware about the Spanish translation and the future meetings. And also, I'm gonna try to say my best. My question is about if you have a report from the schools about how many teachers are connecting with the students, and if it's possible to see that report.
Gracias. I am sorry, we had translation here until about 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry that my Spanish is not good enough to say this to you in Spanish.
I can translate, Jody.
Okay, and then just also that we have asked for, earlier in the meeting, we did ask for the same information that you just requested.
Okay.
Sí lo entendió, ¿verdad? Que disculpe que teníamos a alguien hace como 20 minutos y ella se fue porque no estaba preguntando a la gente para traducción y no pensábamos que íbamos a tener más gente, pero necesitamos un sistema para que nos puedan avisar, por ejemplo, qué cosas van a escuchar, porque si es una junta muy larga y a lo mejor nomás vienes al fin a las 10 o a las 11, pero vamos a buscar una manera de hacerlo mejor, ¿verdad? En el futuro.
Muchas gracias, muy amable.
Gracias a usted.
Y en la pregunta sería, pues, bastante, de bastante ayuda el poder saber qué registro tienen acerca de las personas o de los estudiantes en este caso principalmente, que tengan el acceso posible a la educación. O en este caso, un compromiso, pienso yo, sería factible entre las familias y las escuelas para que los estudiantes puedan conectarse, porque a veces no es solo los dispositivos ni el internet, sino que hay estudiantes que simplemente no quieren conectarse aunque tengan el dispositivo y el internet.
Okay, can we call the next? Director Torres, you're muted.
Sorry. So I'm just going to translate what she was conveying, which is that she's wondering how we as a district are going to provide data about how to connect students back to school or instructors, that it's not for lack of internet, it's not for lack of the tool of a computer, but students that, because of the distance learning and the staying at home, have just completely decided they don't want to be involved in school. And so she would like us to be able to share how we're going to make attempts to do that reconnecting. That is just students who are just affected, right?
Right. Thank you. Let's call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker, first name Kim.
This is Kim Davis. I want to just quickly thank Director Harris for his principled stand on the general consent items. I do not believe that you should be voting on contracts that we do not know benefit children directly and benefit a number of children directly. I think that analysis needs to be made before you're voting to spend any dollars at this point, because we know that dollars are going to be hard to come by. I also wanted to echo what Mr. Spearman said about public comments, making it early, making it at 7:30 if that's what you say it's going to be, because families do, still are trying to figure out how to get their kids to bed and do these things. And on that note, there were Prescott families who wanted to present tonight, but weren't able to wait here. So I'm just going to say a little bit on their behalf and thank Director Hinton Hodge and Ms. Renteria for coming to the Zoom meeting this morning with the Prescott families to talk about their new initiative, the Prescott First Fruits Project, that they are very excited to bring to OUSD. And it's an expansion of the existing garden program that they have in partnership with Mandela Grocery Co-op, with Sarah Kernan of Miss Ollie's Restaurant and Dig Deep Farms, with folks over at the Edible Schoolyard Project. It's a really exciting project that they're working on, and we really appreciated having Director Hinton Hodge there, providing her perspective and questions that that we all need to answer. But we're very excited and we're very thankful. Thank you so much for coming, Director Hinton Hodge. Thank you.
So, Madam President, I just want to kind of clarify, because Ms. Davis seems to be speaking on behalf of Prescott family and the West Oakland community. To be really clear, Prescott is the district. We are part of the district. They're not bringing anything to the district. And just to my board colleagues, this is going to be a full discussion that comes through the superintendent and comes through Yvette Renteria, just in relationship to whether or not this is something, a consideration around our blueprint and a process. So I just want to clarify the us and them thing does not exist, and folks speaking on behalf of West Oakland is really not appropriate because Prescott is the district. We are all a part of the same thing.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, we have a call-in speaker, area code 510, last three numbers are 723.
723, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. Okay, first of all, James Harris, thank you for paying attention. And if it doesn't make sense, you vote no because you're concerned about the budget. Thank you, sir. And I had some other, I can't keep two things in mind. What was the other issue? My time is going to be ticking away here. What was the other issue? I have so many, and I can't come up with anything now. So I will not waste any more of your time. Thank you, James Harris.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments, Ms. Floyd?
That was our final speaker on this item.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment. We're now on item R. We have no public hearings. So we're at item S, unfinished business. The first item is S1. This is our facilities master plan. Before I turn it over to Director Yee and welcome, I see Mr. Nakagawa getting ready to pop in. It's like Harry Potter, you know, you're here and then whoosh, someone pops onto your screen and there they are. A moment of levity there, hopefully. Anyway, I just want to remind folks, so what we are adopting here is our facilities master plan. This is not the list of projects that would be on a bond. This is the entire universe of projects that we need to do in order to maintain our buildings and so on and so forth. The need greatly exceeds our ability to fund, but we do need to adopt the facilities master plan in order to move forward with any further action that would help us fund the work that we want to do here. So that's the framing I wanted to offer. And now I'm going to turn it over to Director Yee, who is the chair of our facilities committee and has been very involved in this topic. Director Yee. And Director Yee, before you do that, colleagues, we're definitely going to be going past 10 o'clock. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting, please? I probably will need to go until
no
11:30 or 12. What you?
I will move, President London, that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, this is Director Torres.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please? We need to call the roll visually when we're meeting virtually.
Yes, on the motion to extend time, what was the time extension?
11:30.
All right, on that motion, Director Ying,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
No.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ricks.
Motion is adopted.
Okay, Director Yee, I'm going to turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Do we need a motion?
Yes, can we have a motion, please, to approve the facilities master plan?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Yee. Director Yee, if you could bring this forward, please, we'd appreciate that. If you
Thank
can just
you.
frame it, and hopefully there won't be a lot of discussion because we've talked about it a lot already.
Right. At our last meeting, we had a presentation by staff and MK Think on the plan. There were some thoughtful comments about consistency, especially with respect to the comments around 1025 Second Avenue on page 95. We also, as the Facilities Committee, reviewed some of the comments and work. Those comments and the mitigations proposed by our Facilities Committee are listed in the memo, May 13th memo at the beginning of this document. And with that, I'm encouraging us to support this adoption of this facilities master plan. As President London mentioned, one of the distinctive features of this, as opposed to many of the other plans that we've seen, is that it's a very comprehensive list of all of our properties, or as many as we could account for, and it also includes a quite detailed analysis of each piece. And one of the things that we talked about in the Facilities Committee was, the importance of an update of the Facilities Master Plan, if indeed it's expected to last for 10 years, because we know that, and we appreciate the fact that this plan addresses and acknowledges the fact that we also have a citywide plan and a blueprint process that we're in the middle of right now. We also have the pandemic and what we've learned from it. And there's of necessity, there's going to be amendments and adjustments to the plan. So, as we think about it, in that light, I think it's a worthy document for your consideration.
Go ahead, Director Gonzalez. I'm going to limit our comments right now to 3 minutes each, and then we'll see if we need.
Yeah, I just know that a lot of people are interested in talking about the facilities master plan. I mean, the project list, that's not what we're talking about tonight. But Mr. Nakatagawa, it would be great if you can just shed a little light on what the next steps after the facilities master plan are adopted are going to be, and what opportunities will people have to give input into the project list.
So good evening, board members, Superintendent Tadashi Nakatagawa, Acting Deputy Chief of Facilities. So as we touch on in the resolution, the approval of the Facilities Master Plan is the necessary step to then move on to the discussion of a bond project list or a potential bond project list, and that it's our intent to have some online community engagement sessions with the board members and various other parties to solicit that input on the priorities for that bond list, and bring that back to board.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Floyd, do we have any public comment on this item?
So far, we have a call-in speaker. I see additional hands going up. Yes, we do.
Okay, we're going to limit public comment on this item to 1 minute, given the hour and the number of people. Go ahead. Can you call the first speaker, please?
The first speaker is a call-in, area code 510. Last three numbers are 723.
Yeah. Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. California Constitutional Article 13, Amendment 39, accountability provision requires bond measure proceeds only be used for specific projects on the voter-approved listing of school construction projects that was passed in 2012. This is prelude to going for a bond measure. There is no reason why you can't 10 years and say, give us a timeline on which project gets dealt with first. That's not what they did. They don't have that. They don't have a timeline. They haven't prioritized it. Secondly, this is the part of the corruption of this school board. This school board is spending bond money over something like $400,000 for this group from San Francisco to draft the plan. Well, there's some pretty pictures there, but there's no timeline. And they're using the money from a bond facility voted on in 2012.
Let's call the next speaker, please.
Asada. The next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Again, speakers have 1 minute right now.
Yes, thank you. Well, on the positive side, I identified 6 schools that have no cost estimate deficit that needs to be addressed. On the negative side, it looks like most of the schools with the highest need are our high schools. Oakland Tech, number 1. Number 2 is Castlemont. Number 3, Skyline. And I did 1 through 10, but I don't have enough time. Since we need $3.4 million to accommodate everything, have we come up with a number of what we can accommodate at this point? And are we going to go with greatest need, or are we going to equitably distribute some funds to every school that has a need as a way of dealing with these cost estimate deficiencies? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
I agree with the previous 2 speakers. I actually don't find the information in this plan very helpful at all. And we know a lot of the information in here is based on the work that Jacobs did under the blueprint. And that report was never accepted by the school board because the community engagement group rejected it. So a lot of these numbers just were really pulled out of thin air. We also know what's driving this process, and it's this board's desire to put a facilities bond on the ballot this year. But unfortunately, the board has not done the real work to come up with a master's facilities plan in time to do that. The 7-Eleven committee was promised a master's facilities plan in November, and it never materialized. This board has been talking about creating this plan for 2 years. And so, there also, again, is the question of priorities. We're in a crisis right now. And yes, we need money for our facilities, but all night after you voted to just give contracts to folks, you've been talking about this looming crisis and how we're not going to have enough funding. And so again, I would request from everyone in leadership in OUSD that it's all hands on deck to get through this year and to come up with a plan for how we're going to get through next school year. And some of these things that we want to do.
Let's call the next speaker, please.
Madam President, that was the last speaker on this item.
Thank you. Colleagues, is there any further conversation before we call the question? All right, Mr. Rakestraw, if you could pop back in, we would ask you to please call the question.
And so the roll call to adopt the facilities master plan stated. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Motion is adopted. The plan is adopted.
Congratulations. That's a big step. Mr. Nakatagawa, if you're still listening, thank you very much for your leadership in this work. This has been a very big body of work. I'm very it's not pleased, but I really appreciate that this plan is developed in memory of Tim White. He did he was an amazing leader for us, and I see him in the plan, and I really appreciate the work of you and your staff and your team to bring this forward. And so I look forward to the next step. Director Yi, were you going to add something?
Yes. Since we've now adopted the plan, we have scheduled a tentative special meeting on March 22nd to begin.
May 22nd?
May 22nd to begin the discussion that Vice President Gonzalez mentioned in her comments earlier about the process of beginning to identify bond priorities, not necessarily the actual schools, but what are the kinds of parameters and variables to be considered. Is that correct, Vice President Gonzalez?
So this is basically the rubric that we would use to develop the project list.
Right, and not necessarily of course it's going to come to the board, but we can begin to have that discussion at the May 22nd meeting.
So that's a special meeting of the
Zoom.
It's a special meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nakagawa, and
Thank you.
Dean, we appreciate you. Let's going to move on now to new business. Item T1 201035 is a report from the Budget and Finance Committee, which had a meeting last week on May 7th, and I'm going to ask Director Harris, who chairs that committee, to report out.
I will report out. I just shared my notes. I hope you can see them. And I'll just go through them and ask that you see any errors here or things that have changed since we met. And of course, my colleagues on the committee, Vice President Gonzalez and Director Ng, please feel free to chime in. And I'll just go through these quickly. We met on May 7th, and these were some of the high points or low points, however you choose to identify them. I'll just go through them one by one. The May revise will be shared tomorrow, as the superintendent shared earlier. The May revise will tell us the state if they're going to provide a cost of living increase. So my first time on the board, I heard about a cost of living decrease. So we'll hear that tomorrow. At last week's Budget and Finance Committee meeting, the superintendent's staff told us that FIGMAT asked that we prepare for a decrease of funds, a decrease that could range from -1% COLA or a $12 million reduction to our budget to a -10% COLA or a $45 million reduction in our budget. FIGMAT has also warned that more severe reductions beyond the -1 to 10% reduction range staff discussed at last week's Budget and Finance Committee meeting are possible. Right now, I think it's important to know that we don't have an exact number, but the May revise will give us some guidance. Here's one to take seriously. Guidance from the state says it will adopt a budget before June 30th and then adopt a revision to that budget in the fall. The reason for the revision is that when the state tallies all tax revenue after July 15th, it will be able to provide a more accurate picture of revenues against expenditures. That's for the entire state. We may have to prepare for further reductions in the fall or may receive news that more revenue is available. We will not know for certain, even after we adopt the budget, until state tax revenues have been counted, and that won't happen until July this year, as you'll recognize that the tax deadline was moved from April to July. The LCAP will be adopted in December 2020. We talked about that. And we will file an operations report that'll be submitted to the state in July that gives them a sense of like how we're spending money, what we're spending money on. So the superintendent's team is assessing all of those things now. We also heard about possible COVID relief sources. Looks like we could get up to $15 million, 14 million, I think it's supposed to be from the federal government. And up to $600,000 from the state, possibly $500,000 additionally from AB 1840. And we also heard that the OUSD transportation budget may yield up to about $1.6 million in savings. Just some quick dates to update you on. The next meeting of our committee is next week. So the May revise will be released tomorrow. We'll have a chance to go into it in detail at next week's meeting. The committee is prepared to make recommendations to the entire board once we get a sense of what the May revise looks like. As has been stated earlier this evening, the third interim budget report will be shared at our next regular meeting this month on May 27th. And the sequence of meetings as we discuss the budget will start. The first reading we look to have on June 10th with initial adoption planned for June 24th. And I just say to close things up, it's important to keep this in front of us, keep all of this in front of us, and that we are prepared for some dramatic shifts. Vice President Gonzalez or Director Ng, anything to add? And I'll stop sharing this screen.
Yeah, I just also wanted to point out to board colleagues and to community folks that part of the reason that the projected, on top of like what the state is going to be doing in terms of negative COLA, we have our own problem with poor attendance, and that attendance issue I think is attributable to about $5 to $6 million a year in lost revenue that we are. That's part of the reason that our cuts for next year. I think of that 12 million and a -1 COLA, 5 or 6 million of that is because of poor attendance. And so it's just something that we have to continue to focus on. And it's just a persistent challenge for a lot of our school communities because of all the things we know that families are dealing with in Oakland. But, you know, we got to figure that out because that's a lot of staff that we could be providing if we could figure out how to improve attendance. And then a continuing projection of declining enrollment. I don't think it's dramatic for next year, but again, these two things, attendance and declining enrollment, if we can't figure those things out, we're just on this ongoing spiral of, you know, yeah. So I just want to make sure that that was part of the conversation as well in terms of why the numbers for next year look that way.
Director Ng, did you want to add anything?
I don't have too much to add. I did want to thank both our interim CFO and our new Chief Business Officer were both at the meeting. It was really great to have both of them there and available to answer questions and talk through their experience of how they've handled this type of, I mean, probably not this level of uncertainty, but you know, challenging budget scenarios in the past, and for them to bring their best practices and their lenses from their previous district to offer guidance around how we might be thinking this through going forward. And I believe the staff is working on potential budget scenarios to bring to our next committee meeting that will obviously then be forwarded on to the board for consideration as well. So just really appreciated the staff support at that last committee meeting and look forward to our next one as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson Harris. It was a good report.
Director Yee, I see you and I'll call on you in a minute. Miss Director Harris, I just wanted to clarify something in the dates that you had up. I thought that in a conversation you and I had with staff that we had agreed that we would have a presentation on the budget on June 10th, but that the actual public hearing and adoption would be on the 24th.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, and I was just, the only distinction was that we would be discussing the budget in full on the 10th. Right. It won't be a public hearing. We'll look.
But you had said first read, and I don't know if it'll be billed like that.
So anyway, I don't know if it'll technically be a first read, but yeah, we'll look at the whole budget on both dates.
All right, let's go to Director Yee, please. And I'm going to set the clock for about 3 minutes, Director Yee. And we'll,
thank you, and thanks for the detailed summary. One of the reasons you all know more about mid-year budget cuts than I do, because I think you all have that experience. But what I worry, because of what Vice President Gonzalez mentioned about the potential for declining enrollment as being a major factor, and also the possibility of minus COLA. If we actually needed to cut positions because we found out that the money available from the state was lower at the start of the year, we have very limited capacity to cut any more than we've cut in the last 3 years. And so because most of that money will be personnel. So that's my big concern is, do we as a board give this superintendent direction about a very conservative staffing pattern for the beginning of the year, or do we assume the best? Because it just seems that we are going to be off a cliff if there's any slight, any of the positions that Director Gonzalez mentioned actually occur, declining enrollment and loss of COLA. It just seems to be impossible given the last 3 years of cuts we've made.
Well, I think we should let Ms. Grant Dawson weigh in on this, but my sense is that we will get a more conservative budget number because we just don't know what the fall revision is going to look like. But
we are going for conservative.
Well, that's my suspicion, but I think we should let Ms. Grant Dawson, if you're on, share any thoughts that you have about this.
Good evening to the governing board, to President London, and to all of the directors. We definitely, and thank you for the question, will be moving forward in a very conservative manner as we discussed on the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. We are looking forward to tomorrow morning when we hope to hear ultimately the number that we've been waiting for. We already have meetings scheduled on Friday in preparation for what the current estimated number is so that we can move forward in that direction of being prepared. We talked about, the 0% that we were hoping for all the way right to that 10% number. And one of the things that we'll also share at the Budget and Finance Committee is going back with that estimate of over $40 million in a loss factor. When was the last time we were $40 million less in revenue? It's 2015-16. So we're going to walk that through next Thursday, really hoping that the community as well as other stakeholders participate on that committee call so that we can kind of walk backwards again, as we said, to walk forward. And we'll be making some recommendations to the superintendent and team about how to move forward and how to buffer against not only the changes for now, but going forward. So again, we stand ready for the clock to strike 12 and the sun to come up so we can find out what the details are specifically as we move forward with our third interim projection, as well as preparing for that 2021 and out years activity. So thank you for that question, Director Yee, and look forward to presenting to you and coming back with more detailed information.
Thank you.
You're
Colleagues,
welcome.
any further comments or questions? Director Hinton Hodge, go ahead, please.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the report, Director Harris, and the committee's work. So this is a little bit more, again, kind of a little bit philosophical in some ways around just the time period that we're in and how we think about COVID and the changes that it's made for us. But I mean, just the reality is that there's some inequities that have always existed, and I believe that the curtain may be pulled further back, and so again, philosophically, I'm sure we're all in different places around our language. Conservatively move. We don't really know what's there. We're expecting some clarity to happen, and then we move. And so I would appreciate probably at some point for us to kind of maybe dig in a little bit deeper at that level. I mean, there's some concepts and ideas that I've been thinking about, which is about reimagining and restructuring. I don't really want to go back to our normal of inequity. I don't want to see us actually go. I don't know what conservative exactly means, or no one's really sit slow, but I mean, I think that there's actually some aggressive actions that we actually need to be taking. I've said for a number of years that we could not cut our way out of structural deficit. We could not cut our way out of, deficit spending. We can't cut our way out of having too many schools, or cut our way out of wanting everything and not really being able to afford everything. And so I hope that this is just a period where we, as opposed to this us and them, attitude, that we actually look at where it is that we can kind of come together and make some strategic decisions around some things. with a facilities master plan, with the hope of even a bond. How is it that we might generate revenue? Where are the places where we need to be really strategic about, like, not spending in ways that are just really detrimental. And the kids that haven't always been served are going to be the same ones that don't get served after COVID or whenever that ends, right? So I appreciate the work, but I'm tired of the shell game to some extent. So I'm hoping that maybe this is this moment where we transform and reimagine and reconstruct how we do business within the district. So again, thank you for the work and look forward to the sun coming up. I'm appreciating that.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Anybody else want to say anything right now?
I just I made a typo. The Budget and Finance Committee is on May 21st, not on Sunday, May 17th. Sorry.
Okay.
May 21st.
And I also wanted to check on that progress report. You said it's due July 1, 2020. So we have a report due right in a couple months.
That's coming from the superintendent's office.
Okay.
They talked about that last time.
Yeah, I think they did. I know. I just am clarifying the date in my head. I just want to offer one observation, which is that this whole COVID crisis is making it really clear how our economy can't function without functioning public schools. And this budget crisis is, for a long time, I think we've all said, I know I've said teachers are undervalued. And I think this crisis is making it clear. And I think, there's just, I'm a little bit echoing you, Director Hinton Hodge, in that, we need to use this as a moment to rethink how we do things, but also just, going back to where we were at the beginning of the evening about the challenges that we face with our budget. Like this investment in education is what needs to happen if the economy is going to get back on its feet. So I just will leave you with that thought. And let's move on in our agenda. The next item is item T2, 20-1046. Colleagues, this is an amended work plan for the superintendent. We had initially planned to incorporate these amendments after earlier this year, after the mid-year evaluation of the superintendent, and we didn't get to it for some obvious reasons. So do I have a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Harris. Superintendent, did you want to offer any comments?
Thank you for the offer, but I'll decline.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item, Ms. Floyd? Oh, Ms. Director Hodge, will come to you after public comment.
Yes, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you. We'll go with 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
To comment. Oh, there we go. Mike Hutchinson. I actually wanted to comment on the past item, but I can frame it under the superintendent's report. That's fine. I have a question about what it means in the last report about FICMAT asked. There's also a numbers error. It says COLA equals 1% equals 12 million and 10% equals 45 million. Those numbers don't add up. 1% of COLA is 4.5 million, and we need to understand this going in. The other part of this finances in this report is all we see is more money the district's getting. $500,000, 14 to 15 million, maybe 2.6 million. There's nothing listed on here about any extra expenditures. So we know that we ended last year, according to the unaudited actuals that were turned into the state, with 5.22% in our reserve for economic uncertainty, or over $30 million. We also had 40 million in our ending fund in restricted dollars. That's more than enough to absorb whatever future hit we might be facing next year. We need to deal with accurate numbers. So let's come up with a real plan. And this is a priority. And I don't know why there wasn't a community input on the last item. And just
because I forgot, I apologize.
So can I please have an extra minute so I can just finish my comments then? Because I should have.
No, I was going to give you 1 minute on that item. So if you want to thank you.
Thank
Are there
you.
any
So,
additional public comments?
wait. So I thought I was finishing my minute.
Well, your minute on the last agenda item is over, and we're
Yeah.
now talking about the superintendent's
So I
amended
was
work
just
plan.
hoping. I was just hoping. Well, I was speaking it under the work plan. I was just hoping to have my second minute so I can finish what I was saying, please.
Fine, go ahead.
Thank you begrudgingly. The last item I just want to point out is that now we are looking to again approve the school budget for next year at the last school board meeting of the year. The last 3 years when this exact thing happened, one year the lights even went off at La Scalita and we had floodlights set up at 2 o'clock in the morning. The board lamented how they had to vote on that budget because there wasn't any time to do anything else. And I just want to point out again that the board has again put themselves in that situation where there's not time to even have an engagement around the budget. And now we're in a crisis. So what are we as a community to do when you report out wrong COLA numbers and we can't get the real numbers or a real discussion? What's happened to our reserve? And isn't that why we built a reserve over the last 2 years?
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on the item T2, which is the superintendent's amended work plan?
Andre Spearman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Spearman.
Yes, I want to speak in terms of the superintendent work plan. I'm hoping that we can, at some point, engage our legislators or our lobbyists to remove the ADA piece in terms of how schools are funded. It disproportionately impacts low-income communities, schools, communities who deal with a lot of transitional families, homelessness, economic uncertainties. And so to have a ADA attendance in a school district like Oakland tends to create budget uncertainties on a regular ongoing basis. It's not like you teach 80% of the time, you teach 100% of the time, whether or not the students are in the seats or not. But it seems to, we know that there's challenges economically in terms of students being able to attend schools, transportation, et cetera. So we need to work on the legislation to remove that. I think that is an equity issue, it's a civil rights issue, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you, I hope that will happen.
President London, I just wanted to share, that's something that we consistently talk about with School Services of California when we bring up our legislative platform. So it is definitely something that we elevate consistently to our state delegation, as it was a serious problem for districts like Oakland. And then to the piece on what Mr. Hutchinson said, that 12 million includes the 5 or 6 million. Maybe Ms. Grandjelson could say exactly what it is, but that's because of the ADA, our poor ADA showing recently.
So are you asking, are you asking if Ms. Grant Dawson can explain that right now, Ms.?
Yeah, if she would like, if she's still available, I think it would be helpful to clarify why that 12 million number is there for the 1% reduction in COLA. If not, we can just move on.
Okay, we are still talking. Okay, there she is. Go ahead, Ms. Grant Dawson. Thank you.
I am still here. So I'm sorry, Director Gonzalez. My side, your question was pausing. So can you restate it to make sure that I?
Yeah, so there was a question raised by Mr. Hutchinson about why we have a $12 million figure that is connected to, I think it's either a 1% reduction in COLA, or maybe it's a 0%, but he was just pointing out that from his estimation, a 1% reduction would be about $4.5 million. My understanding from our meeting last week was that that $12 million number includes $5 or $6 million that is related to our poor ADA.
Yes.
Yeah, and so that's why that number.
Not a straight line, right? It's not just a straight line.
A slight decline in enrollment. So
absolutely. Yes, there's multiple factors. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are talking about the superintendent's amended work plan. Are we ready to call the roll?
No, I actually asked for to comment.
Yeah, Director Hinton Hodge was first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I've lost track. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. And I understand that. And just I want to appreciate Vice President Gonzalez and Ms. Dawson for clarifying, we're in just a period where we can't have a lot of gaslighting and we can't have a lot of people kind of creating numbers. And so I think it's just going to be really important for that level of clarity. I mean, you guys did a lot of work in the Finance Committee to be clear. So I think we should make sure we're always communicating that out. So to the superintendent, a deep appreciation for the work that you've been doing. And what I have raised, what I have been raising earlier is I just want to constantly be in a space around asking about what are the supports that you need, whether or not the work plan needs to really be looked at in a way that like you're not grabbing for goals or objectives that may not make sense. I think Director Yee was like, well, some of those things were done by March, so that, they've been tracked already. And so maybe there's a new set of goals. And there's, I think, again, back to the responsibility, the one or out of three responsibilities I have is to really support the success of a superintendent. And so in this really hard time, I just, to the extent that one, it shields and supports and protects you, but also like that idea of student achievement gets really centered in the midst of this kind of crazy crisis stuff. So I'm just asking that that we all kind of provide some clarity. You provide more clarity around where you think you can hone in. And then as a board, I would ask that we support her to focus in on, especially on the student achievement thing. But thank you so very much for your service.
Thank you. Director Ng.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that as I was rereading the work plan, I know that you had lifted up organizational wellness as a priority this year, and just given our previous conversation about just our current reality, just wanted to reiterate how important that work is, and so how I appreciate that it's continuing to be a through line. And now it's a wellness plan not just for district and staff, but us thinking about our families and our students, everything from students at sites all the way up to leadership and superintendent leadership level as well. And so I've heard some people talk about like the fiscal recovery plans that have been talked about, but also the need for wellness recovery plans over the next few years as we address our social, emotional, and mental health and wellness needs coming out of this. So I just appreciate the focus around that and attention around that supports that are going to be ongoing and are connected to all of our efforts around academics, around retention, around school climate and work culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Torres, and then we'll go to Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. So in regard to the goal on the superintendent, your plan regarding reclassification, when I was checking in with some of our leaders in the equity department that deal with the Latino achievement, but I think reclassification isn't just for Spanish-speaking students that are English learners. The conversation turned to the fact that we're probably not even going to have the same, assessments with reclassification because of COVID and because of distance learning and not being in school. And so the conversation then was, can we make a more aggressive, clarification of literacy goals in general, and how can teachers focus on literacy goals with their students during distance learning? Because maybe we're not going to capture a reclassification and because we're not in school to do the full-on assessment. And I hadn't even thought of that until that was mentioned. So I don't know if that's something you're looking at instead, because for me, what I was initially thinking when I saw the work plan was that the goal was very small. But then with COVID, it's a whole different gamut now. And so I'm just wondering if that is something that will be modified, or what is your thought, if you know at the moment?
If you can give me some time to digest the question so I can respond thoughtfully. I mean, I think the piece you bring up, which to be transparent, we don't have a response to yet, which is how we're going to continue to measure student achievement for next school year. So, we know we'll be able to provide diagnostic assessments to have a baseline to figure out the impact of the learning loss that we're projecting. But in terms of, in light of not having the end of the year assessments and getting guidance in terms of, LPAC testing and what the assessment landscape is going to look like, that's going to be a critical question to guide our LCAP planning moving forward. So we're in conversations. I'll definitely bring back a response.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a reset button for all of this that was initially what would be considered a work plan, but with COVID, it just keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed further back from business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
President London, I just want to clarify.
I'm sorry, go ahead, yeah.
That's okay. For community members, that this is a reflection of us wanting to be transparent about how we're going to be evaluating the superintendent when we do her evaluation next month. But because something has been taken off the work plan for this year does not mean it's not going to happen. So I just wanted to be clear in case people are feeling anxious that something is falling off that's important to them. All of us have, there's work that's fallen off that's important to all of us. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It means that we're not going to be evaluating her on it this year. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification. That's a very good point. So with that, I believe we are ready to call the roll. Mr. Rakestraw, if you could transport yourself in or teleport in.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
President London?
Yes.
The superintendent's revised work plan is approved.
Thank you. Colleagues, the next item, T320-1036, is an opportunity, if we want, this is not required, for us to review and discuss our own work plan for the year. The document is posted. There's no formal presentation. If anybody wants to make any comments or observations, now would be the time. And then I would also just remind us and the community, and thank you, Director Gonzalez, Vice President Gonzalez, that we are going to be, working on our work plan for our next fiscal year, which starts July 1 very soon. So I'll leave it at that. Does anybody want to offer any comments on or thoughts right now?
I won't take any time because I can just kind of put this in writing, but I do believe that we need to take the time to review our plan and look at where student achievement lies, especially in light of the distance learning piece and the realignment and readjustment that Dr. Aguilera is doing and so many people are doing, and the superintendent. And so I just again want us to be in a space of tracking. It's harder work right now. I think all of us want to kind of be on the ground and do the operational and the managerial kind of pieces of it because we see it and our constituents talk to us about all of those things. But really, looking at the space of how are we going to create the best possible conditions, through policy and through governance to support student achievement during this really rough time. So it's just, I do encourage us to try to carve out some time, maybe even some 2x2s that we can do with one another to workshop a little bit some of our goals.
Good idea, thank you. Any other thoughts or comments? Oh, go ahead, Vice President Gonzalez, and then we'll call for public comment.
Yeah, I'm confused on the mid-year board self-evaluation. It says here that we approved a revised 3150, which I don't believe we did. So I just want to make sure that I didn't miss something because this is something that I've been wanting us to take up for a long time and it hasn't happened yet. And
Can
there's
you
just
tell me which page you're on? I know I saw
page
that.
3 of 5 on the mid-year self-evaluation, which is a 5-page document.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm disappointed we haven't got to that yet. General Counsel, remind me where we're at on the whistleblower policy, because I know that we adopted it. Okay, so we can check that one off. But yeah, I know that we're working on the open enrollment policy, so we're making progress there. But for me, I think that the thing that's really missing is the 3150. I really want to see us get to that. Because it's kind of our core operating theory, as it's part of our core operating theory as a district, and I don't think we're all aligned, and so we really need that opportunity to kind of hash that out together. So yeah, that's my main thing that I really want to see us get to. If obviously we're probably not going to get to it this year, but hopefully next year.
If I may, Madam President, I believe that there was a tweak to the 3150, and I may have misinterpreted and sort of checked that when there was a more substantive based desire.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a process led by Mr. Thomas and Mr. Christmas that hasn't happened, because of obviously a lot of other things that have come up this year. So we need to keep, in my opinion, we need to keep it on the work plan for next year.
So I may have accidentally, during the mid-year evaluation, misinterpreted the revision that did occur to 3150 as being
James,
what the board.
I think Director Harris brought a minor revision to a policy.
Yeah.
And you may have thought that was 3150. I don't think it was 3150. I think it was.
Okay, I'll make sure that at the end of your evaluation that is adjusted.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Yee, did you want to offer something?
Yeah, I was just reflecting on Director Hodges' a comment about the student achievement, and that really is the core of our work, it seems to me. But the challenge of the lack of the assessment loss and the loss of education in this upcoming year that we can anticipate, causes me to think about, the student health and the organizational wellness features as being maybe a placeholder for that, or in lieu of the student achievement measurements for this coming year. And as Director Hodge says, it's not that we're giving up on the latter, but I don't want to go through an extreme effort to jury rig some kind of assessment system that doesn't actually give us the kind of momentum and trajectory that we've been benefiting from by watching the graduation rate, dropout rate data over the last 4 years. So personally, I would be really fine with us keeping track of graduation, dropout, A to G, and maybe let's say putting aside for a while or holding in abeyance some of the other kinds of factors that are just not going to be evaluated in the coming year. So that's something I think that is worth us considering as we do our own mid-year evaluation as well as superintendent's evaluation.
Thank you, Director Yee.
Madam President, can I just offer something? Just again, I know there's so much information out here, but I have received, as we're looking at things, I know in Texas, there, and maybe through Pearson, I'm trying to fully read and understand, but there are some assessments that are actually being supported by parents, asking for some of these things. And so I'm just wondering if, and again, we can put this in writing as well, just as an exploration to see whether or not there are just some assessments that, we can do. I don't want to jerry rig either. However, there may be some quality assessments that could allow us to do some pinpointing of where children are. And again, maybe it's an optional thing where there's some parents that are saying they want to know where their students are because of slide and all these other kinds of things. So anyway, I'll forward the information that I have, and then maybe we can review that. Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one, Asada Olabala.
Thank you.
Yes, with the statement that board governance is based on self-evaluation. I'm interpreting that to mean that you will be evaluating your performance rather than having some other outside source, such as community members or parents. So am I misinterpreting what this document is saying? That your work will be evaluated by you as far as your performance? The other thing is the term open enrollment in the document. Open enrollment means that a student may attend any public school or program within the district. And we don't have open enrollment where a child can attend any public school in the district. So I don't know how that term is being used, but I am concerned with the so-called self-evaluation of your board governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, this is not.
Madam President, we have some additional speakers.
Oh, okay. Let's call the additional speakers, please. Each
Mike
speaker is going to
Hutchinson.
have 1 minute. Okay, Mike Hutchinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I would love to see the board put in their work plan going forward, a plan to fully implement Assembly Bill 1505, especially since the board voted to support that Assembly Bill before its passage. And in general, our school board needs to do a much better job of not just engagement, but financial management. And I just want to point out, I wasn't gaslighting anyone or interpreting numbers. I was pointing out that in Director Harris's report, item number 3 says COLA 1% equals 12 million and 10% equals 45 million. And that math doesn't add up. And I know the COLA is based on state funding, which is about $450 million. So 1% would be 4.5 million. I don't know where the 12 million number comes from or if it includes other things, but that's not the COLA. And so we need to have a much more honest discussion. And personally, I wish that people would treat me as somebody who knows what they're talking about instead of an adversary. All the numbers I report to you come from your documents. That's where I get the numbers. And so we need to have clarity on these things so we can make the right decisions going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Hutchinson. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Andre Spearman.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members and Superintendent Johnson Trammell. In terms of the board work plan, I think maybe a policy decision could be made, which is simply make the grading simple. Everyone who have been doing the work, all the students will get an A. Then you figure out where you're going to go from there. There's no way that you can possibly reach every student, particularly in a shutdown scenario. So I think it's unrealistic to try to come up with a grading system where you try to reach all the students and figure out all the grade. It's just impossible. So it's an impossible feat. So to avoid all the calamity of trying to figure all that out, you decide as a governing body that we're going to issue an A plus whatever work people did in the previous quarter. That's your collective grade and you're done. And then you try to figure out how might you engage students who you don't reach? How can teachers do some connection? So what's more important at this point is not necessarily a grade, but just a simple connecting with students and the parents about how things are happening.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
That was the final speaker on this item.
Thank you. I believe that our parliamentarian would like to make a clarification.
Yes, Madam President.
We're not hearing you, Mr. Rakestraw. Mr. Rakestraw, are you trying to speak?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Okay. The issue came up during the last discussion about 3150, Board Policy 3150. The board tweaked that policy on December 11th, 2019. And in light of the COVID situation we found ourselves in, you may wish to modify that policy. It said that the superintendent shall present to the board and the community not later than the second regular meeting in May, a draft of the budget for the next year, including LCAP. In light of COVID, you may need to amend that policy very soon.
Thank you for pointing that out. Or perhaps we could just, well, I'll talk about it with you offline. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, is there any further discussion on this item? Because there's no vote needed. This is a review and discussion. We're going to move now to item T4, 20-0802. This is an amendment to the board policy about high school graduation requirements under emergency conditions for the 2019-2020 school year. And I see Dr. Aguilera flashing in. Thank you. Welcome. I've decided this is like Harry Potter. They transmogrify. That's what it is. Everyone's transmogrifying into the meeting. Welcome.
Thank you. So good evening, Board President London, Board Vice President Gonzalez, Board Directors, Superintendent Kyla Johnson-Trammell, and community. We are bringing the graduation policy forward for revisions to include a clause about aspects of our policy that we propose to be waived in emergency situations such as a pandemic. Here with us this evening is Dr. Lucia Moritz, our high school network superintendent, whom will take us through the substantive changes. I believe that she has now been promoted. Yes, there you are. Okay, so she will take us through the changes in the policy, but this is all due to our response to COVID-19.
Good evening, President London. Do we need a mover and a second on this?
Oh, thank you. Yes. Can I have a motion, please? To
I'll move adoption.
Is there a second? I will offer a second. Thank you. Go ahead. We just needed to take care of that little thing.
Good evening, board members. As Dr. Aguilera mentioned, this is definitely a temporary amendment for the board policy, and I'll walk you through why we think it's extremely critical. The minimum state graduation requirements for California is 130 credits. In Oakland Unified, we have 230 credits plus 2 additional requirements, a 2.0 GPA minimum requirement and a senior project. And we really believe deeply in the value of these requirements. And as you mentioned earlier, we've been doing a lot of work to improve our graduation rates and to push the rigor and really change A through G. But one of the things that we, during these emergency conditions, when we're switching to a credit, no credit model during this time, it does impact GPA. And so I want to take you through 3 main pieces on the legislation that we have in front of you. The first piece is alternative credits towards graduation requirements. And we just wanted to make sure that we updated according to Ed Code. So there has been some change in legislation the past 4 to 5 years. AB 2306, AB 2121, AB 216, and AB 1806. And those have to do specifically with students who have attended juvenile court schools, migratory children and newly arrived pupils, foster youth, and homeless youth. And so there are specific requirements now at the state level that we have to follow. And so we added that into the language as well, just to be up to date with Ed Code. And if you scroll down a little bit more into the memo, the second piece that we adopted was in the board policy, it initially said pass-fail courses towards graduation. Because we were moving to a credit, no credit model, we adopted it to make sure it included courses for credit as well, not just pass-fail credit courses, because they're 2 separate things. Those are 2 different grading models. So we want to ensure that we included our credit courses. Then the last main thing is an amendment for graduation requirements under emergency conditions. And this is looking at waiving temporarily the minimum GPA grade point average of 2.0 in courses that satisfy graduation requirements in senior project exhibition. So we did an initial analysis of our students and where they were at school closure. And at all of our schools, we had a subset of students who were on track to graduation, meeting all the 230 credits, but were on the cusp of that GPA requirement and needed that letter grade for this semester to be able to hit the 2.0. So with the credit, no credit grading model, a no credit doesn't actually penalize students. So for example, in a traditional, if you earned a letter grade and you received an F, it brings down your semester GPA. In this model, credit, no credit doesn't penalize your GPA, but at the same time, if you earn credit, it doesn't actually boost your GPA. So at this point in time, in a credit, no credit model, our students aren't able to raise their GPA. And so we found at our schools, we have a subset of kids and about 10 to 11 students per school that are right in that cusp, about the 1.7 to 2.0 GPA that probably would have hit, that the schools believe would have actually graduated with a 2.0 GPA if they had earned a letter grade this semester. And then the second piece is our senior project requirement. Students and staff have been working all year. This is something we've been working on for years. A lot of you have been able to hear about our capstone work that we're doing across our schools, and we think it's incredible work, and we've been featured nationally for some of this work. At the point of school closure, most of the students were at the point where they had submitted their first draft of their final research paper, and the presentations were scheduled to happen during these past couple months. And so one of the things that came up for us is why we believe in the capstone and the power of the capstone is we want to ensure that all students had equitable access to be able to do the work. And so if we can't guarantee that we can offer the same amount for every student to get there, we didn't want a student to be penalized because that was the one thing that they didn't hit for the graduation requirements. So I just want to emphasize that the 230 remains the same. They do have to pass those courses in order to get those credits. What we're talking about is our 2.0 and the capstone requirement in this time of emergency. It's a temporary change that we're advocating for this time. And the reason why we didn't actually recommend changing a minimum is because we do have students slated to go into summer school in our summer school academic recovery program. And so it really is dependent on that student in terms of how many courses they still need in order to hit the graduation requirements and where their GPA will land, because they're stuck. They can't actually improve their GPA at this point if they're earning letter grades. And so we see this impacting students who, we have students who maybe fell off track for a portion of time and now they've been back on track and they've been working really hard this whole year, and they were really dependent on earning that C, B, or A this semester that are just not going to be able to do that because of the credit, but we believe they would have been able to meet that graduation requirement.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments? Director Torres?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I was really happy to see this on the agenda, and obviously there is such an unusual time in this world that something like this is, I think, somewhat of a mood booster for students. And for whatever reason, there are students that are missing, as we heard from the Spanish speaker earlier. She said that, even with the internet and computers, there are just students that parents, probably Latino parents, are saying, my student doesn't want to come back to school after the break that they've now felt. And so this is, to me, a step in the right direction. And hopefully that people in our schools, our teachers and our leaders can convey to parents what this is about and break it down, right? So that we could see students come back without, worrying, about what they've missed, because 8-9 weeks is a long time. And I know when I was in high school, it was very disconnected. I never missed I dropped out in 9th grade. So I won't say I didn't miss 8 weeks. I missed a lot, half of a year. But the thing is that it's hard to come back knowing you have to catch up. So this is just a really, I think, smart and innovative thing we have to do. And I hope that it helps bring more students back out from being missing. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from other board members? Director Yee.
Thank you. curious, and maybe it's in the policy and I missed it. How long is the emergency period under which this board policy change will be relevant?
We added in a line that it would be at the discretion of the superintendent, and so we're thinking for 1920 graduates as of right now.
Right. So suppose you're a kid who's a 10th grader this year, and you're taking the class pass. I think you said pass, no pass, or no credit.
Credit. No credit.
Is it possible? But the kid is actually missing a significant portion of his 10th grade work, which may impact his 11th grade work, which then could have a long-term effect on his capacity to graduate in 2023. So will there be some elements in this plan that will take into account the circumstance of the pandemic as a mitigating factor in their capacity to pass? I mean, will we have enough flexibility to consider the impact of the emergency is not simply on the 12th graders, but on the impact of the enrollment of the other kids going forward, even if his graduation is not going to be till 2023?
Yes, this is, we thought about doing it two different ways. One was just a straight waiver for this current year, or making it an emergency, an amendment to the board policy that can be enacted by the superintendent, because what you're saying is correct. If, depending on how long this lasts, and if we continue with a credit, no credit model, which it is an equitable approach to make sure that we're supporting all students, it does mean a flat GPA for students. And so we do have to look at that in the long run in terms of 9th, 10th, 11th graders. This will impact their ability to increase their GPA. It doesn't hurt their GPA, which is a good thing as well. I just want to name that. But the longer that we're in this, it's the less amount of classes that they're able to contribute toward their GPA. And so it does. So to answer yes, this amendment does give us flexibility for it to be enacted at different points.
Okay, so we won't have to do another amendment of it in order to accommodate this particular problem?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment, please.
Our first speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. I'm happy that this is being looked at. I do disagree with Ms. Aguilera about that. There's no harm in a student receiving no credit. There might not be harm to their GPA, but then they get no credit for this class for a semester's worth. And I would really, again, encourage the board to look at a model like they adopted in Santa Ana, where every student is receiving an A, B, or a C. A lot of us are really worried that we've already lost students from this closure. It's going to be very hard for a lot of these same students to access credit recovery over the summer, and we could be in the same situation next year. And so hopefully we're looking at measures where we don't lose students, and anything to catch up on the work. Hopefully we can look at that in the future and extra work and bridges in the future. But I would respectfully request that we're really on guard that our students aren't victimized the second time through this crisis. Even a student working on a D or an F, we know in the last 2 months of school, they're given an opportunity to bring up their grade enough to pass on to the next grade. That's just the dynamics of how high schools work. And so we really need to be on guard. Please pass them all universal pass.
Thank you. Let's call the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. This kind of reminds me of when my grandchildren were participating in the athletic programs, and at the end of the season, everybody got a trophy, no matter whether you actually won or you came in last. And so there is some disadvantage to just giving children without really earning what they achieved or were supposed to achieve. And so we can't overlook that scenario, that this is in totality something that's all good for kids. And it's not all good because we need to be able to say to children, you have earned the right to be promoted. You have earned the right to get credit. And not having that ability is somewhat of a disadvantage, but let's not make it seem like it's all good, because in my opinion, it is not. And lastly, are we going to do some type of outreach to students to try to encourage them to come back to school? Because it seems like someone just stated that might be a challenge. And to just provide written information, maybe we need to have hands-on to facilitate trying to encourage
Thank you.
children to come back.
Yes, thank you. Okay, any additional discussion, questions? All right, can we call the roll, please?
Roll call.
Sorry, wait. I apologize. What could you say what the communication kind of strategy is around this? Repeat that again for me. Oh, yes, I know. I just want to know, like, how does it go?
This is a question for the staff, please.
We've talked about it extensively internally with our high school principals, high school staff. So they knew it was going to board tonight. So I think if this is adopted, there'll be a greater strategy to push this out to families and to students. We have heard from students specifically advocating for some changes as well. But this is something we've talked a lot behind the scenes and have been looking at data, looking at our students. And so the high school principals are very aware that this is going to board. And like I said, if it is approved, we will push out a strategy to communicate it as much as we possibly can to students and to families.
And then I would just hope that, like, maybe ACC could be really, because we have 2 seniors that are board members, and so I'm sure they have an incredible investment in this decision.
Okay. May I make a quick comment as well? In regard to what we heard other districts are doing, I guess Mr. Hutchinson said Santa Ana is doing an A, B, C, no D's and F's. I wonder, even if this passes tonight, we're not prevented from doing something additionally, correct? Are you looking into that, staff?
That is correct, because the grading policy is separate from the graduation policy. So in this particular case, we're specifically talking about amendment to the graduation policy.
Right. So then this is not going to be some exclusionary thing that we can't also do that as we see what the best practices are out there that are responsive to the coronavirus time with loss of school. Yeah. How long will it take us to get something like that?
If I could just add to this discussion that our UC system and Cal State systems aren't actually accepting just straight A, B, C assigned to every student. They did encourage us to do pass, not pass, credit, no credit. So we could research how Santa Ana got around that detail, but my understanding is that that won't be accepted for most universities, even though everyone wants to support that sentiment. It just won't be accepted by our universities.
That's helpful to know. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I neglected to get a mover and a second for this. Can someone make a motion to move this forward?
We did, Jody. I moved this and I forget who seconded.
Okay.
I'll second if nobody has.
Gonzalez and Torres, please. Mr. Rakestrong, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt T.-4. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Item T520-1043, designating district facilities projects as essential business and government functions. Do we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Yee, seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. I'm not sure who is introducing this item, if it's the superintendent or the general counsel.
General Counsel Josh Daniels. You are officially introduced.
My apologies. I was, so this, forgive me, I was distracted by something else. Can you remind me, Madam President?
This is this is T5 designating district facility.
Of course, I apologize. Yes. So every month or so, the county has put out a new shelter-in-place order that has tweaked some aspect of the prior order. As you may recall, at the prior board meeting, we brought forward a list of essential projects that the board approved, and it allowed the district to move forward with most, but not all projects. A couple of boiler rooms, I believe, were left off because they could wait, and a softball field at Emerson was also not deemed essential. The new shelter-in-place order, which is currently in effect, allows all construction projects to go forward. It sort of by definition deems them essential, but it does require that certain safety measures go along with those projects, and it delineates different safety measures for large projects versus small projects. But for our purposes, it does allow all projects to go forward. So this would replace the final, the prior resolution with a current resolution that is aligned with the current shelter-in-place order, and would direct Facilities Department to work with General Counsel, or excuse me, to work with General Counsel's office to make sure that those safety requirements in the shelter-in-place order are in place before those projects move forward.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, are there any questions about this?
We need a mover and a seconder?
I thought we did that. Did we not?
Yes, Director Yee and Director Gonzalez moved.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, do we have any public comment on this item?
There are no public comments on this item.
Great. Can we call the roll, please?
On the roll call to adopt the motion as stated, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
and Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Colleagues, time check, it's 11:08. We have extended our meeting to 11:30. We have a few more items. The final business item is T6 20-0803. This is a curriculum adoption for high school math instructional materials. And I believe this is going to come from the Chief Academic Officer. This is a first read. So we'll have a first read tonight, and then I'll probably come back on the 27th for a vote. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So thank you again for an opportunity to talk about our instructional program. We are excited to bring forward our work to adopt new curriculum for high school math. I know you might be thinking that we should hold off on this discussion, but I want to share that we plan for this cost and we cannot put off a new adoption because, as you can tell in our memo, we stated that we adopted new standards in 2011. However, the industry of publishers was not ready for the updated standards. Now, there's more products that are available, and we have gone through the right steps to adopt a new curriculum with teachers. So I'm just wanting to say that we should not put off this adoption any further because we have momentum to implement a curriculum that has gone through the correct steps for adoption. So just wanted to preface that we do have funding for this item. This was something that was stressed in the past about bringing new adoptions without really clear sources of funding, and that has been reconciled. And so now we're ready to step forward and bring this new adoption. I will also share that other adoptions will pause because we're not able to do the piloting. So this is likely one adoption that we're still bringing forward to you. So with us this evening is Courtney Ortega, coordinator for math, and Mary Reed, our high school math specialist, to discuss the item that's before you. So again, this is a first read. We'll bring it back May 27th for final approval.
All right, thank you. So thank you, directors. Thank you, superintendent, for taking your time out of your evening to hear our presentation. We're really excited to share with you what our teachers have put forth as a recommendation for adoption. Next slide, please. So as we have heard in our community over the past few years, this adoption is a long time coming. So we are very excited to be able to provide teachers and students with high quality standards aligned curriculum for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. So we are recommending the adoption of Illustrative Mathematics, or IM for short, which is the same curriculum that we adopted for middle school math 2 years ago. And we are also asking to approve the adoption of the Practice of Statistics 6th edition for our AP Statistics students. So the Practice of Statistics is the current textbook that our AP Statistics students are using. However, this is just an updated edition because the previously adopted edition is the 3rd edition and is severely outdated. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Aguilera named, we adopted our last set of high school materials over 10 years ago. And since then, we've adopted the Common Core state standards. We have a lot more options available to us in terms of Common Core aligned materials. And so our community is just ready for this change. Next slide, please. This slide includes some links to memos that detail our 2-year process to select curriculum to adopt. We were able to engage almost 30 teachers from across our high schools. We had almost every high school represented in that work over the past 2 years, including teachers from our alt ed schools. So the first year was really focused on selecting quality curriculum to investigate, basing our research on what other neighboring districts have adopted over the recent years. And this current year, we had a cohort of teachers pilot 2 of our finalist curricula this year. Next slide, please. So as I named in the beginning, the Practice of Statistics 6th edition, that adoption was an unanimous decision by our AP Statistics teachers. Since it is just an updated version of the curriculum that they are using now, it was an easy decision for our teachers to name. The textbook is the one that is most commonly used by districts across the nation for AP Statistics courses. It is recommended by College Board, and it's very much aligned to the AP exam. So the newest edition would allow teachers and students to have access to digital resources, which are becoming increasingly important with distance learning. And then in terms of IM, thank you. In terms of IM for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, we have some of the strengths that our teachers named in terms of why this curriculum was the one that teachers unanimously selected for recommendation. So aside from the Common Core aligned rigorous tasks, something that was really important to teachers was a curriculum that would really support our beginning teachers and address the needs of teachers who often are coming new into our district, either as intern credential teachers, emergency teachers, and perhaps experienced teachers from other districts. So we really wanted a curriculum that would support all kinds of teacher experience levels. They specifically called out the lesson and unit design as being something that was very friendly towards teachers and making sense of both mathematics and instruction. There are a lot of supports for differentiation embedded into the curriculum, particularly for English learners. And also the materials were really user-friendly for both teachers and students. Similarly to the need for digital learning for AP Statistics, our math students in Algebra 1 through Algebra 2 also have been able to make use of the curriculum in our pilot teachers' classrooms over the last 8 weeks with the distance learning model. And so we are excited to think about how could we continue to adapt these lessons to make it available for students over the next school year if we are in distance learning. Next slide, please. So something that was very clear in our teacher feedback was instructional materials are certainly very important, but it's not the only thing that teachers really feel like they need in order to best serve students. So in addition to purchasing instructional materials, we have some other proposed supports to really try to create a well-rounded support system for our teachers so that they can not just get foundational training this summer or in the fall around the new curriculum, but also have ongoing opportunities for professional learning and have teacher leaders at schools really feel supported in leading their own PLCs and their teams around the work. So in light of our current situation with COVID, we are in the process of adjusting our in-person curriculum trainings and turning them into virtual sessions that will be offered throughout the summer for teachers. Next slide. So here we have our fiscal impact for adoption. So based on our current enrollment numbers, we're estimating about $260,000 for IM, and that would include tax and shipping, includes the print and digital materials for students and teachers, and also classroom kits of manipulatives for each teacher so that they have everything they need to provide students with access to the mathematics. And then for the practice of statistics, 6th edition, we had originally estimated about $55,000 for that purchase, which again included the print and digital materials. However, since creating this budget plan, we have since learned that many schools are planning on expanding their AP statistics offerings due to just the popularity of the course and also to increase the number of students who have access to an AP level course. So we do expect that number to grow, but as Dr. Aguilera shared, we do have the budget for that. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to offer this last slide here just to show that the comparison of pricing between our two finalist curricula for Algebra 1 through Algebra 2. So this is comparing IM to CPM. And as you can see, we have a much lower year one cost with IM. And we do anticipate a small recurring annual cost because student print materials are in the form of consumable workbooks for those teachers who would like to use those. So at this time, I'd like to open up I would love to take any questions that the board has for us around this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Given the time, I would like to, we will limit on the amount of time each person has. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Ortega? I actually have some questions. You did answer my question about replacing the manipulatives. I have to tell you that ever since my children were in very early elementary school and they were using the open court manipulatives, I really am not fond of those, but I'm going to trust you that these are different and better than the open court manipulatives were. And because the amount of time I spent stapling those things and sending them home and knowing that nobody used them. But I do wonder, where's calculus? I don't see calculus at all in this adoption.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. So in terms of the manipulatives, these are kits that are created based on the lesson materials that are called out in the curriculum. So things like protractors, rulers, compasses, those kinds of things that students would use in the classroom as they're engaging in lessons with their classmates and their teacher. And then the student workbook, it's a workbook, so there won't be any printing or stapling or anything like that that the teacher would need to do. So it's all prepared right there for the teacher. And I'm glad you named AP Calculus because I did mean to mention that earlier as well. So as we were going through our process at the end of our first year of looking at instructional materials, our AP Calculus and math analysis teachers really felt like they needed more time to make sense of curriculum materials. They also felt like, particularly for math analysis, they wanted to see what Algebra 2 teachers were going to select for their curriculum because they wanted the text that they chose to really build from. the Algebra 2 course. And we also just have very few AP Calculus teachers across our system. And so we also were not able to put together a cohort of teachers that we felt was a large enough size to really make a decision that would impact all of our AP Calculus classrooms.
So that is my 2 minutes. What I'm taking away from your response is that we're going to need to ensure that the budget going forward includes a budget for the replacement of the workbooks every year, unless we want kids to use marked up workbooks, and that we are now stuck because it's going to be unlikely that we're going to have the budget to adopt a calculus curriculum, and we don't have one lined up. Is that a correct interpretation? Dr. Aguilera is looking a little puzzled.
So we have an annual of about 1.8 million for lottery textbooks. So that will take care of the annual costs. And we work that budget through to include the refurbishment of, multiple items, and math would be included in that budget. And then just in terms of new adoptions, we are needing to make some adjustments, but we do still plan to move forward with the adoptions that we can. The issue is that in order to pilot some of the curricula, you would naturally do that in a classroom with students and testing out that material, and our conditions are largely altered. So we're just not sure that we can implement those same steps to doing a quality curriculum adoption process. So that's what we'll still have to assess, but we still plan to have some funds for curriculum adoption.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from colleagues? Director
Just
Hinton.
a quick question about like assessment. Again, kind of like, our goals are towards student achievement. So how are you guys you adopt this curriculum, and then for teachers along the way, is there assessment, I guess, built into these textbooks, and are they all kind of written assessments, or are they digital and so on?
Thank you. Yes, there are curriculum embedded assessments in the form of unit assessments. There's also daily formative assessments as well in the form of exit tickets available for teachers to use. Currently the exams are all created as paper pencil exams. However, they are also fairly easy to put into a digital platform such as Google Form Quizzes, which is what teachers are currently doing right now in middle school with the same curriculum.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
We have one, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I appreciate the framing at the start, Ms. Aguilera. I will respectfully withdraw my objections to the timing of this. And I thought actually it was a really strong presentation. The one thing, unless I missed it, is there wasn't a number of students attached to either the 250,000 number or the 50,000 number, just so we can get an idea of the per pupil cost and how many students are being served by this curriculum. And then the other thing I would encourage the board to do is then establish a policy with the approval of this curriculum to try to grow the number of students who are in these classes. These are the high level math classes that a lot of our students traditionally have not had access to. And so embedded in this, and hopefully funding embedded in it, if we can get a per pupil number, how do we then grow this going forward so we can really reach all of our middle and high schools with these high level math programs? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, we have one additional speaker on this item, Asada Olabala.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Take a deep breath. Just from a personal experience, mathematics has always been extremely challenging for me. In order for me to get any level of achievement, I've always had to have tutoring as a part of algebra and calculus. So in this training, are we training for the individuals who could potentially provide tutoring, because the necessity might be there for students to have that kind of accommodations, or only we are preparing classroom teachers to be able to facilitate these materials? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a first read, so I don't believe we need to take any action right now. Are there any further questions from board members? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for staying up with us. And we will see you in a couple of weeks. All right. We are now on item V, adoption of the pupil discipline consent report, which there is none. Item W is the report of board members. Does anybody have a report tonight? Director Yee, let's keep it to 1 minute.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge that our Skyline performing arts teacher, Awele Makeba, just got a chapter published in an academic book on, I'm looking it up and I lost track of time, but I'll get it if anybody else has one, and just come back and tell you the name of it. It's
Great.
really exciting because it's celebrating a lot of the work that she's pioneered in Oakland. Here it is. Just no, I'll get it for you in the next second.
Great. Anybody else? Director Hittenhodge.
I would ask that we close our meeting in honor of Brother Nidar Bey, who tragically had a massive heart attack this past weekend. And so I know that just in the world of different kind of grieving and celebration of life is a little bit different right now. I know there'll be an opportunity for us to celebrate his life, but just my own personal experience was that, for the 12 years I was on the board, this has been someone who really pushed for local contractors and minority contractors to be a part of it. And even with the glorious central kitchen ups and downs, it was a pretty historic joint venture that, we engaged in as a district. And so just clips, just sending out just condolences and love to his family and his children that I know that will probably carry on much of his legacy and his work. So just wanted to honor his spirit and energy and tenacity and just fight for his people. So may he rest in peace.
Thank you. I actually have a couple of things to report. One is I want to just reiterate what Superintendent Johnson Trammell was talking about. Peter LaMotta, who's a first grade teacher at Emerson, and one of my daughters actually had the pleasure of volunteering in his classroom last year, is going to be on the Ellen Show on Friday. And Superintendent, I think it might be at 4 o'clock. The notice in the Emerson newsletter said 4 o'clock. Whenever Ellen is on, I don't know. I don't usually watch daytime TV, but I will be on Friday. And then I also want to share with you all about I had the opportunity on last week to sit in on a Y-Plan presentation by students from Skyline High School to a number of state level leaders, including the acting state architect and others, around their ideas for how our schools can be more sustainable and climate friendly and resilient. And it was really tremendous work. And if you get an invitation to attend a Y-Plan presentation, take it, because this is project-based learning in action. That's my report. Director Yee, did you want to very quickly?
It's called Diversity, Inclusion, and Representation in Contemporary Dramaturgy. And it's edited by Philip Kelly, and she's featured in chapter 3.
Great. We're now at 11:30, and we need to go to introduction of new legislative matter. Unless we're going. Yes.
I was just going to make one
on that item.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Let's take public comment.
I had a report.
Okay, let's go to Director Torres and then we'll go to public comment. Go ahead, Director
So
Torres.
I'm still very active, although I'm not vice president of the California Latino School Board Association. And we were planning to have a second Northern California Summit, an all-day free summit with panelists about how board members can better serve their students, not just Latinos. But because of COVID, we went online. And I'm really excited that on May 18th, we have our first series of a what we're calling Cafecito con CLSBA. And our panelists include a woman who leads, of all things, the diversity hiring at TFA. And then she is going to be joined by Dr. Travis Bristol, who works at UC Berkeley. And he has been a lead on diverse teacher pipeline, but more so he's going to speak to retention. So May 18th, it will be free. It's online at 1 p.m. It's only going to be 90 minutes. And so we want board members of all areas of the state to attend, because now you don't have to go anywhere.
Thank you,
and so I'm
Director
just really
Torres.
happy.
Thank you,
Thank
Director
you.
Torres. Great. Can we take public comment, please?
If we don't have any comments at this time, President London.
Thank you. That concludes board member reports. Let's go now to item X, introduction of new legislative matter.
So I have an item that I'll be presenting. Edgar passed out or sent out the copy. And this is a request or resolution that Oakland Unified supports the adoption by California Department of Education of a model curriculum for statewide ethnic studies. And thank you to Director Hinton Hodge and Ng for putting in lots of time and work on the draft, and also to Leilon Hewen for making edits along with Young Wan Choi to get the data correct, the demographics. But it's definitely a lot of work. And obviously it came up earlier during the other resolution by Director Ng and Hinton Hodge. But this is a resolution that's been passed in San Francisco, Hayward, Albany, Contra Costa, a few other places. And so we're bringing it forward, and this is the first opportunity, but we've been asked since back in March. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll figure out when we will schedule that. All right. Anything else? With that, we are adjourned. We're only 3 minutes over. Good night. Everyone stay safe, stay healthy, all that. Bye.
Minute silence.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. And we are adjourning in memory of Nadar Bey. May his memory be a blessing.
Nadar.